up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaka. The Kenya Council of Churches, Alliances and Ministries has welcomed the government's proposal to raise the legal drinking age from 18 to 21, describing it as a bold and long overdue intervention in the fight against rampant substance abuse. Speaking during a press briefing in Nairobi, the church umbrella body called for the full implementation of a raft of new proposals by NACADA, which include banning the sale of alcohol in supermarkets, restaurants and public transport vehicles.
We must move further and address the demand side of this problem. This will ensure that we do not merely drive the sale and consumption of alcohol underground, thus leading to the rise of illicit brews and even more unsafe alternatives. I don't think there is anybody that celebrates what we are seeing with a number of our young people, school-going children, that use these substances, are so addicted, they've even forgotten themselves, and families are writhing in pain.
They called for stricter regulation of alcohol advertising, particularly on mainstream media during hours when children are likely to be watching.
Kufanya adverts katika media ya mambo ya pombe, masaa hizo ziongeze ili masaa ziwe zile watoto wetu wanakuwa wamelala ili wasiadhirike na mambo haya. Na kwa muktasari pia tunasema NACADA ni vyema kuja na sheria, lakini ni jambo lingine kutunza hizo sheria. So tunaomba ya kwamba hizi sheria zizingatiwe.
And Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has commended the efforts made towards restoring peace in Beringo County and the entire Kerio Valley. Speaking in the county, Kindiki expressed his belief that the government will further strengthen security in the area through the help of Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen.
Nakumbuka Christmas ya 24. Mimi wakati watu wanakula sikukuu tarehe 25, niko na askari yangu hapo ya Special Forces hapa Karangajoto, naweka camp, nakula Christmas na kuweka camp ya security pale Karangajoto. Kwa hivyo mimi nashukuru nimerudi Beringo wakati amani imeendelea kupatikana. And I know the remaining work, ile kazi kidogo, kwa sababu bado tuko na matatizo kidogo, Mheshimiwa Murkomen na ile team ambaye tumebaki pale Interior itakamilisha hiyo kazi, watu wetu waishi kwa amani.
Kindiki also commended Tiaty MP William Kamket and his Beringo counterpart Joseph Makilap for their cooperation, urging them to continue collaborating with the government.
Atisai Makilap na Kamket ndio wanaketi kwa kanisa moja hapa na kucheka na kuabudu pamoja. Si Mungu ni waajabu jameni? Si Mungu ni waajabu? Ebu simameni msalamiane mbele ya hao watu jamani. Kujeni tu hapa, kujeni hapa. Unajua, mimi nataka muangalia hao watu, usalamiane, alafu tushikane mikono na tushukuru Mungu kwa sababu this is a miracle. Na wale wanatoka mbali hawaelewi tunasema nini. Watu ya hapa wanaelewa tunasema nini. Ukiona Kamketi hapa na huyo Makilap together, it is a miracle. Kweli si kweli?
And finally, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagwa's allies have accused the government of harassing them as they continue their political meetings. Led by Nyandarua Senator John Methu, they accused the government of disrupting their activities and violating their right to associate with any political group in the country.
Na iko kitu inaitwa freedom of association. Hakuna mtu anaweza kutuchagulia marafiki. Wale marafiki sisi tunataka, hao ndio tunatembea na hawa. Kuna freedom of speech. Sisi tutasema ile maneno ambayo tunatakikana kusema. Kama iko maneno tutasema mtu aone si mzuri, ndio kuna commission inaitwa NCIC, mtu anaitwa huko aende aambiwe kama amesema maneno ambayo haifai. Lakini hii maneno ya President William Ruto, kila mahali sisi tukienda mikutano yake sisi hatuingilii, mikutano yake sisi hatumuulizi swali. Yeye anaenda anapeana maneno yake, yeye anaenda anasema maneno yake. Lakini sisi tukienda kwa mkutano kila wakati anataka kutupika na tear gas. We want to condemn that because that is not acceptable.
On his part, Murang'a Senator Joe Newtu reiterated the intention of opposition leaders to remove President William Ruto from power, ignoring his meeting with retired President Uhuru Kenyatta last week.
Na kwa hivyo tukwambie, picha zile unapigwa na Uhuru Kenyatta ni picha nzuri, na sisi tunaheshimu Uhuru Kenyatta sana, lakini bado utakwenda nyumbani mwaka wa 2027. Kwa hivyo usidhani kwamba ukipigwa picha na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu unajua tunamheshimu, ati ufikirie ati sasa ati tumebadili nia. Upigwe picha na Uhuru Kenyatta, afanye nini? Dawa yako tunaijua, sindano yako tumeichemsha, tunakupeleka nyumbani mwaka wa 2027, upende usipende.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Good morning to you. It is 6:15 on this 4th day of August, and already getting into it today. Good morning. Good morning, Dennis Aseto.
Good morning, Okoh.
How are you?
Good.
Well, iko salama.
Hey, that red is giving.
Sindio?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yo. Hey.
I decided this is the week where, you know, things 1, 2, 3.
Kill us slowly, madam. Kill us.
Slowly.
Finish us.
Okay.
Decided red,
You have decided.
Kenya's bold gown. Kenya's bold gown. You've
Is that what we are saying?
Red
It's
on
just,
a Monday.
It's just for today.
On a Monday.
It's just for today.
You've set the mood and the tone for the week.
Yeah, let's go.
Danger!
Watch yourself.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Hiya. This computer now is trying to say things.
Technology.
Technology decided let's shout kidogo.
Kabisa.
The last time I saw you, Dennis Okari, was on Thursday.
Oh.
But you were in my mind.
Oh, I was.
Yeah. Are you tired?
I was running marathon.
Exactly. That's what I'm asking if you're tired.
No, I'm not. Oh, wait.
You didn't get it, did you?
Today I woke up tired, yes.
You see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're fine.
You know, there's a saying in Mombasa.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know if it's still there. And somebody tells you, tukutana kwenye ndoto, it's not a good thing.
Oh, yeah, Why? You said something like that.
I said something like that.
Yeah.
Why is it
so tukutana naye kwa ndoto?
Hapana.
Oh, okay.
Aseto? Yeah. Wewe uko salama?
Kabisa. Nashukuru.
Okay. Very good.
The weekend was relatively warm, so.
It was warm?
Yeah.
Where were you?
It was warm, actually.
Warm where?
Nairobi.
Which part of this country?
No. And then you live off Ngong Road?
And you're saying it was warm?
I spent most of my time along Mombasa Road, going towards Machakos, so.
We won't ask where you are, what you are doing. It's okay. Okay. He's not talking about the weather. Okay. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, we have understood it now. You know, we just went far without coming close. As Dennis would say, we didn't zoom out.
Tutapatana kwa ndoto leo. Please be careful.
We have zoomed out.
No way.
He didn't say that the weather was warm.
Oh, yeah.
The weekend was warm.
Pay attention to derails.
Yes. Guys, it's Monday.
Yeah, we already started. Motto. Yeah. We're doing okay. Eve, Kairetu, Nekewe.
Jera.
Eve said her weekend ilikuwa fupi.
Short. The weekend was some adjectives that EVE should not use. Raniar, Luvai. Fantastic. Have you just seen how I'm learning languages up and down?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Where were you, Raniar?
No, don't ask Raniar questions, please. Because you don't want the answers. If you ask questions, you will get answers.
Christine was under.
Hey, where? Under what?
The weather.
Oh. You know, you have to put commas. Yes. Punctuation is important.
What's happening? What time is it? It's 17 past.
It's not even coffee time yet.
Yeah. Hata chai ndio tunaendelea kunywa polepole.
Okay, so good morning, everybody.
Sips, swallows.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, getting into things that matter, and that's what we're doing this morning. D&D, the pack is back here this Monday morning, trying to then look into important things that we will be discussing today in the Situation Room. Necessary for us to do so, as we always say. So good to have you guys getting into the room this morning. The back end is working. Thanks, guys, for the work that you do to make sure this show goes on air every morning. We don't take it for granted. That is for sure. Our audience is on KTN. Good morning to you. And as we get onto our live streams, YouTube, Facebook, and on X, Karibuni sana. I walked past the fellows at Radio Maisha. My good Lord.
Yo.
You think it's crazy here on Monday morning? You should have stepped inside.
I saw. I'm like, what's happening today?
It's good.
It's morning action. Glory.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah. We should start like that.
We should start like that. Yeah, okay. Tomorrow morning, if you've heard, there needs to be some serious boom twaffing.
Yeah. Get us some boom twaff.
For us to start like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me tell you some of the discussions we'll be having this morning, shall we? Cyprian, I can never say his second name.
Nyamweya.
That one. He's going to join us at 7 o'clock.
You should ask him what the name means.
What does it mean?
No,
when he comes, we'll ask him. Okay. Nyamweya. He will join us at 7 o'clock. We'll be having a conversation, dear Mr. President. We'll look at 3 E's today, and there are many questions. We'll be looking at economic empowerment. We'll be looking at the economy itself, and we'll also then be looking with him at what, President should do. So, like I said, the 3 E's that we'll be discussing today with Cyprian, necessary for us to have those conversations in terms of what has been happening around the country so far. Empowerment, elections, and the economy. That's what we'll be talking about with him, and then sending word to the president. A couple of days ago, Tanzania said that some 40,000 small business, I think that was the number, small business owners, small salon, things like that, Kenyans in Tanzania, atutaki tena. That's not going to happen anymore. Lee Kenya-Jui, who is the cabinet secretary in MITI, that big ministry that covers industry, trade and investment, they said, we cannot rule it out that there will be an answer to what Tanzania has said, because, we can also do the same. In terms of retaliation, that's not off the table. But what does it actually mean when you have cross-border wars like that? Are we looking at a diplomatic row on this side, or are we looking at some kind of economic disadvantage when it comes to decisions that one country makes about the other? We've seen this happening in the north, whereby the US has said, okay, we're going to slap some tariffs on some countries, and then we're going to go ahead and invite some small 5 African countries to have conversations with Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, I think Gambia, and one other country. He said, come, let's have a conversation about this. So what are we talking about when we do that? And you look at that cross-border trade. Dr. Edgar Githua is an international relations expert and, interesting, also peace and conflict. He joins us at 8 o'clock for that conversation. We'll be looking across the borders and see what it actually means. We're going to end the conversation at 9 a.m. with the Chan kickoff that has already started. We saw matches played over the weekend. Burkina and Tanzania opened up the competition Saturday. And yes, the Kenya national team won their match against two-time Chan champions, DRC, and that was a good match. $1 million shillings for each player in the bag. We'll be having a conversation around the Chan tournament. Now, I realize that a lot of people confuse AFCON and Chan. These are two totally different tournaments. They happen twice every year, but AFCON is the African Nations Cup. Now, that deals with everybody. Club, you play in a club, you can do whatever you want. Come in and join the tournament. It crowns the best teams in Africa. Chan is actually a tournament which is lower on the prestige profile for football. But what it does is that it seeks to encourage club football. So it's domestic club football players that participate in Chan for their country. So if you are Kenyan and you play in La Liga, you cannot play in Chan. But if you play for AFC Leopards, for example, you can play in Chan. So people always confuse the two. Two totally different tournaments. But this is the first time that Chan is triple hosted by Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. And we're actually going to see an AFCON in 2027, triple hosted by 3 countries on the continent as well. We're going to be having a conversation around Chan and its preparedness, and then what to expect over the coming 3 weeks. Kenya hosts, Uganda hosts, and Tanzania hosts. So this morning we then have a conversation with James Situma, who is the president of the Kenya Footballers Welfare Association. Kickoff spotlight on the Chan tournament. He joins us for that conversation at 9 a.m. So that's what the morning looks like. We'll talk to the president, then we'll talk across borders, and we'll come back and we'll talk continent-wide in terms of what's happening with sports and, more pointedly, football. That's what it looks like this morning. Karibuni Sana, join us in those conversations as we get into them this morning. Speaking of Africa, where are you taking us this morning?
South Africa.
South Africa. Let's go.
South Africa, capital Pretoria, and we also have Cape Town as the legislative city, and a population of 60.5 million as at 2025, and languages spoken there. Official languages are 11, including Zulu, Xhosa, Afrikaans, English, and Sotho. Now, the currency is rand, and government is a constitutional democracy with the president as head of state. Let's go straight to our proverb today from South Africa. South Africa continues to give us a lot more, including muziki and a lot of in the entertainment circles. Now, the ox always takes the first hit. The ox always takes the first hit. How would you interpret that?
What were the Zulu thinking?
Look at it in terms of leaders in difficult situations.
The buck stops with whoever's at the top.
Yes, especially during difficult situations.
Oxen usually are beasts of burden, along with the donkey. And in order for them to do what you want them to do, you have to bridle them. So you have to put on the thing. I don't know what that thing is called. That you put on the ox. For it, the plow, right? you put the plow on them in order for them to till the land. And it's not comfortable.
Yes.
It's not comfortable at all, from what we understand, that when a pair of oxen have to wear it in order to then push, they have to push against it in order for it to do what it's meant to do to till the land. So usually, in order to get some kind of success, they feel that pain or that initial on their shoulders. But as they do that, they keep going and they get used to it over time, and the land is tilled as they do. So you can imagine you take that first step, and in order to do it, you have to feel a certain amount of friction.
Yeah.
But you get through it eventually, and as you look down, the land is tilled. Abi?
And then again, remember, the ox is always considered to be the strongest among the pack. So he who is strong goes through the tough terrain, but at the end of the day, leaves something for others to enjoy. So,
well, apart from carrying the burden, when it's tired, people don't understand that it's tired, and so what will happen is somebody will try
to hit it, to move,
to keep moving. So they will always take those hits besides, carrying the burden.
Yeah.
So they will drag whatever weight you put on them, and they will still do it. But when they're tired and they can't move, they're forced to move. So speaks of the backs. The back always stops with the
person at
the top.
Yep.
Whether it doesn't matter what weight you're dragging.
Yeah.
People will still hit you because they want you to keep moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
At the end of the day, there's no excuse for stopping. That, I'm tired, I can't do this, my leg is hurting. No, you have to still keep moving.
You can't be tired. Yes, thank you. That thing is called a yoke. I keep forgetting. It's called a yoke. My yoke is heavy, but my burden is light. You're called a yoke. Thank you very much for that. All right, let's look into the headlines this morning. Raniar, any news on the other papers yet? No, nothing? All right, let's go with what we have. Kenya's bold newspaper this morning, The Standard. What's on the front page of The Standard? Murders gone cold. They were fathers, they were daughters, lawmakers and whistleblowers, killed brutally, mourned publicly, then forgotten by a justice system built to forget. From Chris Msando to Mercy Kano, Jacob Juma to Agnes Wanjiro, their death sparked outrage. Hey, wait a minute. I've done a very bad thing before we go to the headlines this morning. You guys, I'm very sorry. I've not greeted you. We've not said hello, and we must. So let's do that. Even as we get into things this morning, we don't take it for granted at all. We'll come back and do the headlines in just a bit. Who says you can't do things upside down, right? Okay, so guys, good morning to you. As you all tune into the room today, good to have you in. Don Sabwa says, it is confusion galore in the Kenya education system. Is that a question or is that a statement, Don? He says, good morning, Ndu, Aseto and Okari. Typo, Tupo area, okay. I actually thought it was a typo. But Tupo area says, good morning to you. Good morning from Mombasa. Peter Kiarie says, always look for a reason to smile each day, even if on some days you have to really look hard. Laughter is the medicine of the soul. Indeed, it is. A very good morning to you, Peter Kiarie. And then also saying hello, Vincent Disho says, good morning, Team Spice. Ndu Aseto and Okari. Looking forward to another week of productive discussions. Tuned in from Balochistan in Pakistan, in a small village called Chaman. All right. Leo, good morning. He says, good morning to everybody. Explain like I'm an illiterate. On one hand, it's said education budget is 700 billion. While on the other hand, capitation is unsustainable, or the increase is like the teachers' pay. My brother, I don't understand though. Robert Bogo tuning from Mombasa. Janice Dambuki says, pesa wana promise here and there in Atoka Wapi, yet education and health sector is in crisis. Good morning, DND, tuning from Birmingham in Alabama. Valid questions. Some of those, let's see if we can answer them at 7 with Cyprian. Good morning, Spice family, in a foggy drive to Nairobi. Jimmy, where are you coming in from? Harambee Stars beat DRC. Yes, they did in that opening match of Chan. We saw that. Good morning to you, Engineer Karaoke. Man P tuned in, Watuangu from Austin, Texas. And Desmond Ortiz says, the president gave our players motivation, and if it's legit, let's applaud him for once. Amani Deni in Meongezeka ya IMF. Well, he met them in the locker room after the match. And again, he's promised. He said, look, I made a promise and I'm going to give you the money. Well, we'll know if it is or doesn't or does or did. Ongani Malala is tuning this morning. General Issa Mavenge tuned in from Ukunda, says tuko locked kabisa. Rogers Nyange tuned in this morning. Eric Awar says good morning. So does Christina A. Good morning to you, my sister. Hisa Daniel is tuned in from Atiak in Uganda. Carol Nyambura anatupenda sana, tunakupenda pia, my sister. Tuned in from Kangunda Road is Peter Gitao. Say, may our endeavors be blessed and fruitful. May they be. Monica Oile tuned in from Ottawa and says happy new week. Gode Jonte says good morning. Waza. Those are the things Aseto says. Always loving the show. Not so much the weather. Well, okay. Excuse me. Tibbs Muge is tuned in. Zalendo says utaweka za cabbage ndugu. Nini? Okay. Winnie Mongusu says good morning. Mongusu tuning from Atlanta. Jack Atambo's tuned in. Kenya's off to a flying start, he says. All right. Pan-African says good morning from Nairobi. Dr. Venvik is tuning from Mombasa. And tuning from Overland Park in Kansas is Isaiah Tuwei. Good morning, D&D. Have a lovely day ahead, says Fiery Red. Agola says good morning. Hope your weekend was good. Here we are. Omar Ibrahim says tuned in. What a great team. Asante Sana. Big up. We enjoy the noble work you're doing. And thank you so much for tuning in every morning, Omar. Kennedy Ongwai is tuned in. Sandra Sherry tuned in from Costa Rica. Stanley Ngashe tuned in this morning and says blessed week to all. Okay, getting through it, guys. Bwangi Juma says, how are you guys? And you say you're what?
Salama.
Okay, very good. Atieno says, Dennis 1 and 2 and Ndu. Kumekucha from Kilifi, good morning to you. Ouma Oyamo says good morning. Steve E is tuned in, Spice, from the land of the rising sun in Japan. Yes, it is a yoke. Asante Sana. Daniel Andama says good morning. I love you too. Thank you so much. And he says, is Kenyan economy a mistake? Oh, I don't know. Ben Ben, gosh. Nyawide says, good morning. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me. Indeed, that's what it says. Mtuflani, good morning to you. Jesus Protects is saying, how old has Chan been around? Chan began in 2009, if I'm not wrong. And AFCON began in 1967. So that's the difference between the two tournaments. Chan is pretty young. I think this is the 8th edition of Chan, and it's biannual. So there we go. Sandra Sheria, good morning. We see you. Ian Ilume says good morning. Bwangi, we see you. Jimmy Gakio's tuned in. Is VP. Then you say what? It's poor. Okay. B Legend says good morning. Hussein Kelvin is tuned in this morning. And Ivan Amonde also tuned in. Andrew Chira tuned in. Twendeni Tujenge Taifa Sawa. Zachary Odio says good morning. Happy New Week. And Kavoy Felix is tuned in, as well as Aslandic this morning. Everybody who's here and coming into the room, Asante Sana. And thank you for joining us. Let's get into these conversations together, shall we? For now, we look into the headlines. Again, The Standard. Kenya's bold newspaper. Murders gone cold. They were fathers, daughters, lawmakers, and whistleblowers killed brutally, mourned publicly, then forgotten by a justice system built to forget. From Chris Msando to Mercy Keno, Jacob Juma to Agnes Wanjiro, their deaths spark outrage but no answers. Years later, no convictions, no closure. As families grieve, the silence is deafening. A nation once promised accountability but must now confront a grim question. Why do Kenya's dead never get justice? Also in the headlines there, Chan, one goal, one nation, one dream. Harambee Stars made a dream start to their 2024 Chan campaign, edging out two-time champions DR Congo 1-0 in a gripping Group A opener at Kasarani. It was lovely to watch, I must say. SRC blocks JSC's push to expand costly judges' retirement benefits. So JSC is trying to say, you know what, guys, we need to streamline this thing. SRC says, nah, we can give them the money. Yeah, why not? How politicians hijacked Chan moment, locking out genuine fans. You want to know what that's about? We'll tell you in just a minute. Murders Gone Cold is the story that's on the headline. We continue to look into it this morning. You guys know that KTN is 35. Happy birthday, KTN. 35 years old. 35 years ago, we dared to be different. Kenya's first private television broadcaster. KTN has been unstoppable and the trailblazer in pioneering the news revolution and nurturing the country's most celebrated media personalities, being the fearless voice of the voiceless and earning Kenyans' trust through authoritative journalism. Happy birthday, KTN. Kuppet shifts tone, asks parents to share the burden of school fees. Ateke. Oi. Akelo mi sorry. Oi. Yeah. Sawa. Let's just read the headline, then we'll come and read the story. Because we're happy this morning. Are we not?
Yes.
Okay. Private hospitals protest maternity bed cuts. I can understand why. I was lured in. Survivors share story of Indian sex slavery ring. These things are happening in our day and age. And another political story we're looking at, inside Ruto's plot to split opposition and retain power in 2027. Those are things happening. And if we look, Kenyans now shift focus to East Africa school games. That's what's happening on that side with sports, as well as the Chan games. And we know that traffic is going to be a bit of a bore, especially if you're coming in round the Nyamweya Stadium over the next couple of weeks. But, for security reasons, they're going to keep it that way. So, plan ahead.
It's a whole month, actually.
Yeah. So until the 30th of August. So looks like it's going to be difficult. Fans light up Kasarani as Harambee Stars edge out DR Congo's Leopards. And Uganda look for fast start in opening clash against Algeria today. We saw that Morocco beat Angola, and that was 2-0. And the day before that, Burkina held 2-0 to Tanzania. All right, looking at some more stories. What do you have? The digitals. Do you have anything? Nope. All right. Let's look into some of these stories. Are you
okay? Yeah. So let's just look at what the People Daily has, and Shadow Masters hidden. Now, it's all about the covert cabal of state operatives, experts, quiet but immense control, even over ranking public officers. Talks about who is actually running the government. And we also have why some schools may fail to go to Meru for Music Festival, as well as Missouri Lord's move on capitation, calls for reforms. And we also have a story here that highlights how journalists, especially in Tanzania in the coming elections, have eyed the 2027 elections as more swap their pens for the ballot. Yeah.
All right. Let's look at some of these stories that are making headlines in the papers today. You want to go, or should I go?
Go.
All right. How politicians hijack Chan moment, locking out genuine fans. It's a story that's carried on page 3. You're already laughing. I never read story.
No. We're talking about football.
Yeah.
And we cannot separate politics from anything in this country. So if it was a food tournament, there will still be politics.
Yeah. But it's because something happened. That's why now the story is there.
I know.
Let me just tell you.
Tell us.
The much anticipated 2024 Africa Nations Championship, CHAN, finally landed on Kenyan soil, a proud milestone for a nation hosting the 19-country tournament for the very first time. Now, but instead of rallying the country around football, the tournament risks going down as the biggest sporting scandal in Kenya's history. Why now? This is a story by Francis Otomwa. Ontomwa, beg your pardon. A shocking high-level ticketing scam has emerged. Okay, I'm not laughing. Sorry. Exposing a disturbing mix of political greed and blatant violations of the rules of the beautiful game. How, you ask? Despite online portals indicating that tickets were sold out, large sections of the 48,000 capacity Moi Sports Center Kasarani Stadium remained conspicuously empty, with many fans locked out of the ticketing system. Like when you go book a bus or you book a plane, right? You can see the seats and what's available. The occupied seats are grayed out, and then you can. Okay, so in this case, they were grayed out, but then in the stadium, the seats were empty.
I saw that.
Yeah, so people are wondering, a lot of worries.
Remember, people have been locked out.
At the center of the controversy are allegations that influential figures within Kenya's political elite colluded to bulk buy match tickets, ultimately locking out ordinary fans and undermining the spirit of fair play. According to a source familiar with the scheme, they told The Standard word had spread, especially on social media, that some fans planned to use the Chan stage to chant anti-government slogans in front of cameras broadcasting the event globally. Measures had to be taken. The opening match was attended by President William Ruto, Confederation of African Football President Patrice Motsepe, and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. In recent weeks, Kenya has seen a surge in anti-government protests, mainly driven by the Gen Z movement over the high cost of living and bad governance, demonstrations that had resulted in several deaths. Now, FIFA, the global body that governs football, had strict regulations against bulk ticket purchases for its tournaments. These rules are intended to prevent hoarding, scalping, and black market reselling, and to ensure fairness to fans. Now, according to the governing body, this very thing that they're saying happened is against the rules of any tournament, by the way.
Yes.
Whether you're looking at regional tournaments such as this one, or whether you're looking at global tournaments like the Cup of Nations, or whatever the case may. I mean, I beg your pardon, the World Cup.
World Cup, yeah.
So this very thing that we're saying has happened is a direct contravention to FIFA's rules. Okay, so then you have to ask the question, if this thing is true, that there was bulk buying in this particular match, was it just this match? Will it be the same for other matches? Was it this match that was the opening match that Harambee Stars were playing at, and which Motsepe, William Ruto and Raila Odinga would be at? That there was already word that people wanted to go into the stadium and chant anti-government slogans. They didn't want this to happen because the world essentially would be watching. So would you take away from the glory of the match with these anti-government slogans, or would you say let's have the stadium empty to preclude that? There's your politics in football.
There was chatter before this. I had seen this on social media, and there were people who were already talking about printing of T-shirts, carrying placards, and they were ready to go. So that's one group. Then the other group was mtaonea hiyo game usiku. There's no way you are going to enter Kasarani. Ideally, what I think I saw, I don't watch football myself, to be honest, and that's why the whole idea of bulk buying, I really need to understand why. If I want to buy 20 or even 100 for my friends, why can't I do that?
That's different. If you buy for your friends, then they all have a ticket. But bulk buying, especially according to FIFA,
bulk buying is like how many?
Bulk
tickets?
buying is in the hundreds.
Yeah.
In the thousands. If you have a 48,000 capacity stadium and one person is buying 3,000 tickets at, let's give or take $20, then I can take that ticket and I can sell it on the black market, number one, or I can say it's sold out. You know, it's sold out. But you know what, Dennis? You really need a ticket? I know a guy. I must sell you that thing for hundreds of dollars.
Oh, so it's to avoid black market sales.
FIFA has been very clear about that in the past.
I read that about
to avoid
the World Cup
scalping and selling tickets on the black market, because then people were making unbelievable. It happens across sports. The NBA finals that took place just the other day. People, even Wimbledon that happened in London the other day.
People buy bulk tickets in the black market,
and they were selling tickets for $26,000.
Wow.
So that's what FIFA says. Come on, guys, we're not going to do this.
What makes it difficult to stop it then? Because at the point of sale, there's the buyer and the seller, so there's a system. So if I'm going to get the tickets, I'm either getting one ticket or 100 tickets. Wouldn't that then raise a red flag?
It would.
How do they get away with it?
But look at the words that are used. FIFA frowns upon this. Okay. What kind of intervention metrics is in place to stop it from happening?
And that's my question.
That's the question,
Nothing really.
Because if you're going to do the purchase, you're paying, and then somebody's giving you the tickets. At what point are they giving you those tickets? And why wouldn't anyone ask the question at that point?
I mean, also, just maybe what's the maximum number of tickets one can buy off the approved websites? You know, that's the question. But now let's look at it happening locally. And if you look at the image here of Korogoshi MC Absalom Odhiambo displaying tickets for Kenya versus DR Congo, what the hell is he doing with all these tickets? Why? How did he manage to get all these tickets to start with? Because one would assume that all these tickets are being bought online or in approved spaces where tickets are being sold. So, because I know there are some places along a thick road where you can go buy the ticket and walk away.
And the $200 actually.
Yes, $200. So then the question is, how did Absalom get all these tickets? Is there a way of controlling how many tickets are sold to an individual?
And was it for the first match?
Yes.
You know, are we going to see the same kind of thing?
Yeah.
Will we see that the matches, well, for the next matches that are played in the next couple of days at Kasarani or at Nyayo will be different?
Yeah.
Did we witness the same in Julius Nyerere, or rather Kappa Sports in Dar es Salaam. Did you see the same?
No, it was actually.
Will you see the same in Uganda today with the opening match? Will you see the same? There's a question. But I must say that Kasarani is looking splendid.
It looks nice. It looks beautiful.
So does Nyayo, actually. I think they did a good job.
They did a good job.
Doff your hat to, in this case, guess who takes the glory for that? Salam Vuria.
Yeah.
The stadium are looking actually pretty good, I have to say that.
Yeah.
They're not finished.
Could the players slide?
On the grass, on the turf?
Yeah.
Were the players sliding?
Yeah.
They're not used to sliding, but they can.
But no, go back.
They were being a bit cautious. They were being a bit cautious, but I've got to say that they did a good job with the stadium.
Well, it looked good.
Yeah.
It looked good.
Yeah.
But there was also the layers of it. So I'm trying to understand this story this way. So there are layers around Kasarani. It's security layers.
Yeah.
So the president is attending, of course, and the other dignitaries. So obviously, the security will be at another level.
Yeah.
So if they're buying bulk tickets, was this then to give their own supporters to go chant pro-government slogans? What was the whole point? Because I saw at some point some portions of Kasarani seats were empty.
Yeah.
But the word that was doing rounds was the tickets were sold out.
Yeah. This is the thing that we're saying. That
so it was
bought
buying
them.
the tickets, hold them, so that you stop other people who want to then purchase them.
But in this case, the reason, what we're being told, the reason as to why those bulk tickets were being bought, because there was going to be an influx of people who were going to come into the stadium and shout these and chant these anti-government slogans while the world was watching. And this is why they bought them in bulk. You're likely to see a repetition of that behavior for these subsequent matches. But
that's Kenya-Angola. That's the next match, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
They didn't. This is the thing that they did not want.
Is the president going to attend all these matches?
Probably not, and that's why I'm saying on this one, when Harambee starts, because usually the host nation is usually the participating nation, and they'll usually play the opening match.
And the opening match, obviously,
will mostly be attended by the president of that nation.
Yeah,
exactly. So they did not want this to happen because they already got the chatter that it was going to happen. So what you do, you block out the tickets, you buy them, whether you're going to throw them away or whatever. So you've bought. The organizers have received their money.
You know, the danger of this is already yesterday there was a stampede. There are security breaches.
Yes.
And a lot of the guys who are saying, I was going to buy the tickets, nikaambiwa ile ticket yangu niko nayo, it does not exist or something. You keep hearing this story, so you've gone with the ticket, but then you're told, oh, this ticket actually was already sold.
Yeah.
But you're already having one. Like maybe you have a fake ticket or something. Then there are those who went there with no tickets. There will always be people who want to hang around to watch whether there's an opportunity, and maybe president and there's some tuingieni. There will always be that. So this then, if this becomes the trend for the next couple of weeks, it's going to be dangerous because the people will demand and say, look, you guys can't hold the tickets like that. We're still coming.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to see how then CAF and FIFA would now respond to these allegations, in terms of bulk buying and how politics now is denying would-be football fans an opportunity to enjoy the game.
And remember, and remember FIFA and CAF, their intent is to have stadia that are full.
Yeah.
They want fans to come and watch the football.
Yeah.
Do they want the stadiums full or do they want to sell out the tickets?
Both.
Both.
It's commercial as well as social.
So that all the tickets then are sold. Even these bulk tickets have been sold. So there's money
that has been made. But they want bodies in the stadium.
That's so important for them.
Very.
Because it's a showcase, bro. I mean, why do you have football if no one is watching it?
They want bodies in the stadium.
Yeah.
Look at the fan. You think about the fans and you see the different countries waving their flags in all the colors. They do that. A lot of their promotional stuff comes from stuff like that.
I heard someone say yesterday they were not even allowed to get into the stadium with the live chicken,
vuvuzela whistles. In Kenya it's banned, but in Tanzania, because Davis Mberia, our colleague, is there and says in Tanzania everything is normal.
So you can get in with
whistles and everything is allowed. In Kenya it was actually banned by the government.
Why?
Nini?
Nemo.
Nani?
Noise.
Even whistles.
If you want to whistle, you use your lips.
Kuna mluya alisema libeba kuku.
You want to whistle, use your mouth.
Then he said if Kenya was going to score a goal, they were going to slaughter the chicken. And they were told you cannot enter the stadium with a live chicken.
Chukua hiyo kuku, enda nayo kwako.
Enda uchinje huko.
Enda chinja huko.
Okay, so more conversations around China at 9. We'll definitely be looking into that and see what the intrigues are over the next couple of days. Stadia preparedness, player compensation and all of this. We'll talk about that at
600 million we're talking about.
Wacha tufanye nini ya jana kwanza.
Lazima account itingike. We will follow up to find out if account itingike kama ni stories are jaba. Now, Kuppet shifts tone, asks parents to share the burden of school fees. Now, the Kenyan Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, Kuppet, has called for a national conversation on the future of free education, warning that the current model is unsustainable and threatens the future of millions of children. Speaking Saturday, Kuppet Secretary General Akello Misori argued that education is a costly venture and that parents must be prepared to shoulder part of the burden. Education is not a cheap matter. It is very expensive. Someone has to pay for it. If taxpayers alone cannot support free education, then parents must be ready to dip into their pockets. Parents who are also what? Taxpayers. Now, he proposed a national forum involving political leaders and education stakeholders to deliberate on a sustainable long-term policy for public education funding. Now, Misori's remarks align with recent sentiments from MPs and secondary school heads who have urged the government to allow schools to charge parents to cover deficits. Kenya Secondary School Heads Association Chair Willie Kuria echoed these concerns, revealing that schools are only receiving 16,900 per learner, far below the required 22,244. Misori urged Parliament to introduce a supplementary budget before schools reopen for the third term later this month. The president says he is listening. Kenyans are protecting our rights. We take him at his word, but actions must follow. So yeah, the government cannot fund the free basic education, and now parents have to dig deeper. Akello Misori says if the taxpayers cannot pay, parents need to go deeper into their pockets and pay.
This conversation was always going to lead to this. This back and forth, story mingi, kizungu mingi, it was always going to end up here. And the parents, obviously, at the end of the day, despite the president saying, look, my hands are tied. I had promised yes, but you see it's Parliament that has to approve those supplementary budgets and everything. And that means then without approvals and something happening there, there's nothing much I can really do. So his promise remains very symbolic. I don't know.
Question. Is it that the Kenyan government is unable to fully cater for free basic education, or is it just misplaced priorities?
No, they're not willing to.
They're not willing.
They don't want to.
They don't want to. If they wanted to, they would.
It's simple.
Yeah.
They don't want to. If they wanted to, they would. Look at the things that they are doing. Those are the things they wanted to do.
Yes.
Look at the things the government is doing today. That is what they want to do. Empowerment. We were told yesterday that in the last 2 months, the deputy president has spent 2 billion shillings in the last 2 months on economic empowerment. Just out there handing money. 5 million Embu County, 5 million where, 5 million here, and other members of parliament just doling out this money. One must ask, where is the money coming from? It's not money. It's not their money.
Yeah.
Aaron Chariot swore that this empowerment will continue. So this is what you want to do. It will continue
all the way to 2027.
Yeah. You do what you want to do.
But the time you're mobilizing people from the different circles, so you've got the border circle, you mobilize, you get their leader, you ask him how many people can you gather? I can gather 200 people. Fine. We're going to cater for logistics. Then you go to the women chamas. So each chama, how many can you gather? Mimi naweza leta kikundi ya wamama 50. Na wewe wangapi 50? Shikaneni pamoja. You pay for the logistics. They come into the meeting, they're draped with the lessons and all
and the regalia, whatever.
Yes, they dance, they do all these things, and then each of them is given some money. All these things are costing money. Remember, before the deputy president gets there, is either going on a chopper or driving. That's money. So you put all these things together, plus all these other little monies here and there, and I say little, quote unquote, that is going in every other thing. You decide that you're going to then put this money into a kitty to help schools. You can fund schools. So this whole story of the pesa iko.
You see, let me tell you something. When you see people, humans, let's just talk about humans. Let's not even say that they are joined to government or anything. The things you see people doing, it is what they want to do. It's the things they want to do that they're doing. So far be it from you when you're the same human and then you join an entity like government or another association or another organization and you continue doing things. It's the things you want to do that you would do. If you wanted to fund education, if you wanted to make sure that the health system was actually working and working well, if you wanted to, you would. So let's not get it twisted, let's not get emotional, let's not romanticize it and say, oh, it's what they want to do that they're doing.
If this, let me tell you, let me give you a parallel. During COVID, the year 2020, nobody could fly out of the country or travel out of the country to go anywhere for treatment. What did you see the Ministry of Health do? They were fast-tracking anything that was going to help contain the virus. And a lot of the people who are holding hospital beds were these politicians. Like a politician will book an ICU. So you will go and you'll be told, Akuna Kitanda. But it's because there's all these guys who are booking spaces, private wards, in anticipation that just in case COVID. Somebody from my family gets COVID, at least because you can't go anywhere. But besides that, they're fast-tracking PPEs, getting all these things done very fast. All the
holding
vaccines.
Oxygen.
Yes, holding oxygen. So they were doing all that because they knew there is no chance of going out. Let me tell you, if there was a law, or if there is a way that all these politicians, their children, none of you will take your child outside this country for studies. Anywhere. Trust me, the education in this country will be so different. True. But because none of them has any of their children in these schools, they are studying in South Africa, they're in the UK, they're in the US. All these politicians take their kids there to international schools. Because they're not affected and their children are not affected, they will not care. But if all their kids were forced to study in Kenyan schools,
there's something that I was told the other day by my uncle, that all these politicians who struggle to take their kids to the UKs and the US, guess what they're going to study? A public education system in those countries. Which begs the question, why can't they just sit down and decide that the education system in the country must work? Like you say,
they don't trust
it. If they want it to work, it will work, but they choose not to.
They don't trust it because they know it's not working. It's
not working.
Look at the health sector. If you have a governor saying that they cannot go to their own, you're a governor of a county, and you're saying I cannot go to my own hospital,
to my juniors,
because these are my juniors, then you prefer to go for weeks and weeks abroad. What does that tell you? When these guys, they have a small cough like this, they will not go to KNH. They will go to Germany for treatment. A minor surgery, they will still not trust a local hospital. They will go where? Watana Maju for a minor surgery. If they are going to spend all that money for flights and going there to Dubai, they go to Dubai for treatment. They will not come to a local hospital. But if they were forced to go through our health system, trust me, there will be money in the health sector.
I think it's about time. I remember Magufuli did that Tanzania, right? There was no politician that was going to seek healthcare outside the country. If your local hospital is not working, that's where you'll go, because there is no difference between you and the kawaida mwananchi.
And upewe hizo madawa zimeexpire.
Yes.
So that you can work and do something.
If there is no bed, lie on the floor like your fellow Tanzanian. I think that's the way to go.
It is.
I mean, definitely. I mean, look, and it seems to be an issue that has bitten across the continent, And I just look at the west side of things, and it's true. Senators or House of Representatives or everybody, when they're sick, outside the country. After all, our former president died the other day. Where did he die? He did not die in Nigeria, in a Nigerian hospital. He was outside seeking care outside. Everybody goes outside. If you stay, if you say that these are the four walls of the nation within which you must operate, you must fix it, it must work. I'm telling you, and you say that, okay, all of us, our kith and kin, must be treated here, must be educated here. Everything must happen here. My friend, the thing will be A-class.
Stellar.
Yeah, it will. Just across the borders here, Paul Kagame has insisted that that's what's going to happen in Rwanda with schools.
Yes.
Look at what has happened with the public and private education system in Rwanda. The thing has flipped on its head. Why? Insistence on excellence.
Yeah, and it's the person at the top. So when, in response to this, when President William Ruto then says that his administration remains committed to free education, but then still warns that unless Parliament then approves
the money.
We know the relationship between the executive and the legislature. So who are we kidding here? That me have promised, but my hands are tied. Can't do anything because Parliament, unless it approves, mine still remains to be. And it's a shame. It's just a shame that we are in this space where if then we're doing this to these children, at the end of the day, these same children who are ignored, our children we call the children of a lesser God. At the end of the day, they still have their God.
They will ask you.
They have their God.
They will ask you.
Yeah.
And so.
I want a time.
Yes.
Then you wonder why we will buy tickets because Kenyans are angry, and when they come to those spaces, they will tell you.
That's what they want to tell you.
They will tell you.
Buy bulk tickets and you're showing.
They will tell you.
Yeah. Essentially, those are the things that we're looking at. We're going to probably segue into the conversation with things around of this nature with our conversation at 7 with Cyprian Nyamweya, and he'll join us for that conversation at that time. Thank you for being here in the Situation Room. It continues. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your the latest news from around the world. 94.4 SpiceFM.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Lao Ubaga. The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers is now calling on parents to contribute to the cost of tuition. Secretary General Akelo Misori has said that the government is not providing enough funds for secondary schools to meet the 16,000 shillings per student per year, leaving principals in financial crisis.
What now this calls for is to engage in a national conversation on a policy framework which will deliver free and compulsory quality education for Kenyans. Then Kenyans should determine that we now must dip into our pockets and pay for it, because education is not a cheap matter.
The statement has sparked mixed reactions, with some parents complaining about the financial burden, while others are calling on the government to increase funding for public schools. Capet has backed up Kesha chairman Willie Kuria, who said schools should be allowed to charge parents for part of the shortfall in funding for education. Kuria says schools are not receiving the full allocation of 22,000 shillings per student as allocated.
As Kesha, we feel that the issue of cost sharing has to be looked into. I think time is coming when now the parents have to come in. And I think it is also time that the government will have to agree that this amount we can only be able to provide. This one we cannot provide, maybe turn to the parents.
A crisis is looming in the health sector after nurses issued yet another strike notice set to start this week. Kenya National Union of Nurses Deputy General Secretary Maurice Opetu said they'll down their tools starting this Friday, citing blatant failure by the county governments to address their grievances. Opetu said that their strike was to commence on July 7th, but it did not happen because of negotiations, and it was extended by 30 days. Among the issues they've raised are an alleged failure to implement the SRC salary review structure, failure by the county government to negotiate and conclude the CBA for the government, and failure to implement the return to work and career progression agreement. ODM Party Secretary General Edwin Sifuna has said he'll step down from the post if the party continues to support President William Ruto's bid for a second term. Speaking in Trans Nzoia County, Sifuna said he had received reliable information that Nyando MP Jared Okello is being prepared to take over his post if his position is questioned.
Kwa hivyo wale walikuwa wanapata wasiwasi wanasema tuliona Sifuna akisoma sijui statement ya chama. Wacha niseme leo nikiwa hapa katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, wakati nitabaki kama katibu mkuu wa chama, nitasoma resolutions za viungo vya chama. I will read all the resolutions that are made by organs of ODM except one. Wanachama ODM wakipitisha waseme Sifuna ni shenzi kabisa. nitasoma. Kini siku ile watapitisha ati chama cha ODM kitafunga Kasongo mkono mwaka wa 2027. Hiyo nataka niseme mbele na mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
A similar statement was made by Sabuti MP Caleb Missy, who said that although he respects Odinga, his relationship will also be severed if he continues to work with the president.
Naambia baba hivi, nimwambie nisimwambie? Niambie baba nisimwambie? Mimi Caleb Missy, ukiamua kuunga mkono William Ruto, baba, that will be the end of me and you, amen. Iko sawa. Nirudie sirudie. Mimi Caleb Missy, kijana wako wa pekee, kijana amekupigania awamu ya pili, anakuambia sasa ukiunga mkono William Ruto itakuwa mwisho wangu na Raila Odinga. Imefika ijafika.
Githunguri MP Gathoni Wamuchomba on her part has slammed Ruto for making promises that he has failed to fulfill.
Kule kwetu Kiambu tuliambiwa tukichagua President William Samoei Ruto, wamama wakijifungua wataenda hospitali na watakuwa na kadi ya Linda Mama. Kule kwetu tukangojea ikatolewa. Nikaambiwa timetolewa tu Kiambu, huku kwenu iko. Nataka sasa niambie. Iko. Niwaulize wamama wa Saboti. Kadi ya Linda Mama ya kujifungua kwa mama inafanya kazi ama haifanyi?
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Traffic. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. The Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, good morning and welcome to the Situation Room this 4th day of August 2025. Coming off a day after the Harambee Stars registered a victory in the opening match at the Chan Championships that are taking place in Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. And it's interesting enough that two-time champions DR Congo went down to the Harambee Stars. More and more of that coming in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll see what happens as we go through that tournament. But interesting to see those matches as they unfold. Uganda takes the stage today as the other matches are played there. And so just one to watch for. We're having conversations around Chan and its preparedness at 9. This is the Situation Room. Dennis Ndu and Dennis with you today. And as we get into some conversations, did you watch the Penguins of Madagascar?
No.
No, I didn't watch.
You didn't watch?
Yeah.
See, now, it was not because you couldn't download.
No. It's time.
It was time. Because of time.
Yeah, I didn't have time.
But had you had the time, it would have been easy for you to download because you had connection to Safaricom.
Oh, yeah, I would.
Explain.
And you know, August is just an extension of July.
Okay.
It's super cold, but you don't want to leave the house. You just want to stay in the house. And when you stay in the house, what do you want to do? You want to watch your favorite movies. Yeah. I was watching something totally different. I don't even. It was a repeat of a series I was watching over the weekend that I love so much. And so this August, you can enjoy great internet speeds when you get yourself a Safaricom home fiber internet connection. Actually, you can enjoy up to double the speeds, and this comes at a discount, and it's 25% discount. Unasikianga wapi discount at 25%? It's 10%, 5%. This is 25%, double the speeds. And because July has decided to marry August, and they're now living together, in moments when you can't leave the house, you definitely want to stay connected. And so these discounts, you can get them on 3 different packages. So there's the bronze package, there is the silver package, there is the gold package, and diamond plan. So depending on which package you love to enjoy, you can get 25% discount on all those plans. I'll repeat again: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond plans. And welcome package includes a free router and a 0 installation fee, because we love when you get free stuff. So the moment you decide this is what you want, then they will come to do the installation for free, and the router also will be free.
And you see, when you're staying connected, there are few things that you want. You want reliability, and when you get this router, reliability is up there, so you don't have stress on whether it will work or not. You just know it.
When you're watching a match like football, alafu the
starts buffering.
Buffering, or it freezes.
Before you know it, a goal was scored and you didn't know.
You know how people watch football, So you maybe on another gadget, and then you're watching TV, and then it freezes, and then ukunasikia goal. You're like, what's going on?
What happened?
You can say it can never be with Safaricom.
Yeah, Safaricom, Apana. Everything is guaranteed. But then again, this also comes in when you want to stream your music, when you want to stream your movies. Please go download it. just get that time.
Let me put a reminder on my phone.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Muhimu sana. And remember, you can do this by dialing *400# or visit My Safaricom app and get connected today. This offer is valid to new customers and runs from the 1st of August all the way to the 31st. So if you're a new customer, 25% discount is there. Reliability on check. And ensuring as well that everything you want, including Dennis Okari downloading and attending your meetings, is sorted. Safaricom Home Fiber feels good to be home.
Definitely does feel good to be home. Well, let me get you onto something. You know how it's that time where there's, how like in the holidays between Christmas and the New Year, those days that kind of bleed through, you're not quite sure. Is it Thursday? Have I had breakfast? Is this lunch? What's going on? It can be that time also in the month where you're like, okay, it's end of the month and maybe the beginning of the month and I don't have money and I'm not quite sure what's going on.
No, actually, what happens is the beginning of the month is the end of the month.
The end of the month. And you're like,
and there's a joke that kuna watu mshahara yonangi giza mbili.
Yeah.
It comes in and before the sun rises again, the thing is gone and you're like, what just happened? Well, let me tell you, let me comb you. If you ever got a crazy deal or you got that time where, okay, you're waiting for that time or that sun to rise and you're not quite sure, how am I going to get this cash right now? Or if only I had this money right now. So maybe somebody has a great deal. You're telling me that, I can buy this thing and I can buy it now, but I don't have the cash. Yeah. Your bank balance is telling you it's not going to happen. We all miss chances like that at some point, don't we? And this is where the Loop Quick Loan makes sense. So it's not just about emergencies, although it can come into fill-in for emergencies. It's also about grabbing opportunities before they disappear, and it's really simple. You need to open your Loop app. I know, because I know that at least for now, when I ask you guys to do something, you have done it. So now go to the Loop app, which I know you've already downloaded, and just in case you haven't, go to your Google Play Store or Apple App Store and download it. Then when you get onto the Loop app, you go to the Grow tab. Go to the Grow tab and tap Quick Loan. Apply and money hits your phone instantly, in minutes. No paperwork, no bank visits, no stress. You get up to $100,000 and you can repay within 30 days. It's completely transparent and easy to access with fair interest rates as low as 7% and no hidden fees. Nothing like, by the way, there was this 25,000. So whether it's life hitting you unexpectedly or an opportunity knocking at your door, you don't have to wait. Just go ahead and loop it. And what we're going to do is extend 5,000 shillings to you. So how do we do that? When you go and you make the application on your Loop app, take a screenshot of it and send us a DM. Send us a DM at SpiceFM KE and we could extend 5,000 shillings to you as well as whatever it is that you're getting for your loan. So you can do that. Send us a DM. We'll let you know by the end of this day who gets that 5,000. Bob, it's not just an app. It's a lifestyle. Download the Loop app today. Sawa. Okay, so that's what we're talking about today. Cyprian Nyamweya is going to join us in just a minute. Dear Mr. President, we're going to be looking at the economy, we'll look at economics, and we'll also look at empowerment and what it actually does mean. And we'll get into some of those conversations this morning.
There was empowerment in Western also over the weekend.
Yes, there was, and it was interesting to see that it was held
Mama
in
empowerment or something.
It was Mama Empowerment or something like that. There was a nice word that was formed from it, but it happened in Caleb Amisi's constituency, Saboti, and interesting because the list of invitees was nationwide. Gathodi Wabushoba, Mama was there. Edwin Sifuna was there. Of course, himself, Caleb Amisi, was there. And there was a litany of other leaders who were there. And it is at this meeting that the Secretary General of the ODM party said, you know what, guys, don't get it twisted. If this is the support that you're going to give, replace me. If we get to that point where it's going to happen, so the man seems to be really grounded in his creed. That this is where I am. You're not going to be able to move me from that I have seen something. And if there are undertones about what will happen politically, or if there are certain kind of alignments that will then shift and be made, I think you're starting to hear the whispers of those. But I thought it was really interesting that take her out of Githunguri and put her in Western, and her message as Gathoni Wamushamba remains the same.
But interestingly, you listen to what Sifuna was saying, and it's double-barreled for me. And when every time you listen to a politician, there's always undertones of what are the discussions in the boardrooms before they take the stand, hold the microphone, and say whatever they're saying. So if you're to look at a few, if you're to look back at at moments where the last one where he was reading that statement, and Raila was standing there, Nyang Nyong was there, Abdul Swamad, Mombasa governor was there, and all these other, Gladys Wanga was there, and all these other leaders. And the impression was he's reading this thing like somebody who's been forced to read it. You're the Secretary General, just read it. And so he was reading it. But what I also tend to see is there was something he said that if then this arrangement is what is going to push us to support William Ruto 2027, count me out. In the meantime, I'm sticking here. If you feel you want to replace me, go ahead. But there is nothing like supporting William Ruto in 2027. Question is that Edwin Sifuna speaking as Edwin Sifuna? Or is Edwin Sifuna the Secretary General speaking on behalf of Baba?
But he didn't cross those. He didn't blur the lines. He was very clear.
Yes.
He even told journalists after that presser, "Don't ask me questions for Edwin Sifuna. Ask me questions for the Secretary General of ODM." So what is he telling you? That if you're going to ask me questions about Edwin Sifuna, the answer I will give you will be totally different. In this capacity, I am sitting as the Secretary General. My other opinions as myself are different from what we will be discussing here, and I will not answer questions as Edwin Sifuna. What does that tell you? That there's a divergence of opinion. There's a divergence of feeling. But then we know him to, far be it from us to imagine that he would say something different from what he's actually feeling. And 3 days later, in Saboti, he said it. I will not support. Just know, if you want to get rid of me, get rid of me.
But Baba defended him. Baba said, Sifuna is the Secretary General, speaks on behalf of the party. If there's anyone who has an issue with him, you have a different opinion, go. Give out your opinion. But from the look of things, and just for clarity, has Baba or ODM said they're supporting William Ruto 2027, by the way? Have they?
They said that they will be, what the words are, and then, take it as you will, but the words have been that we are in this broad-based government until 2027. That's what they have said. Have they gone beyond that to say that we will throw our support behind William Ruto in 2027 in the election? They have not. At least not yet. But in not this broad-based government as it is right now, they're there.
No, not officially, but there's some within the party who have actually said they're supporting William Ruto's second term.
2027,
But it is not a party position.
It's not a party position. And that's what I'm saying. When Sifuna then is speaking the way he is speaking right now, he's very clever. He knows the party leader, who's Raila Amolo Odinga, hasn't categorically said we are supporting William Ruto 2027. He has said we are working together up until that point. And we are expecting there will be an announcement whether this union will be formalized and that they will then walk the journey together in 2027. So at the moment, what Sifuna was saying in Western is what he has always been saying, is what is the position of his party leader. So nothing really strange. That's what I'm saying. When I'm listening to him, there are two sides. There is what he's saying as his own opinion, but then there is what he always says as the position of the party. And it's been allowed to say those things. So could we be looking at a situation where before 2027 these guys will say, but tuliko tukiwaambia? We had already set the stage that we had prepared you that we are in this thing up until 2027, not after.
Indeed.
Interesting.
All right. Well, let's see. Because you know what? Cyprian Nyamweya is here. Cyprian, good morning.
Good morning, Do.
How are you doing?
Very, very well.
Yeah?
We thank God
we do.
that we are alive on this wonderful Monday and we are in a new month.
Yeah.
August in Kenya normally comes with a lot of interesting dynamics and developments.
Yeah.
Okari, how are you?
I'm very, very well, sir. How are you?
Very well.
Good to see you.
Asante.
Karibu sana.
Aseto, how are you?
Shalom sana.
Asante. Yes, yes.
Well, I mean, a few minutes into the conversation, but we're glad that you're here anyway.
Yes.
We're going to start off this conversation. It's probably going to be one that's going to be heavy as we spoke over the weekend. Dennis is in a different country this week. We'd like to hear interpretation of the proverb he'll share.
So we are in South Africa. And let's just go straight to the proverb. The ox always takes the first hit. The ox always takes the first hit. How would you interpret that, Cyprian?
Which ox are we talking about? I want to be sure. The bull always takes
the first hit.
The first hit. So, I mean, to look at it from the African eye is that the father of the home, the president of a country, the leader of an organization, always takes responsibility for what happens in that space. And that is the concept of responsibility, I would imagine. I didn't know that South Africa has serious bulls, but here in East Africa we are very serious ones, and that would be my interpretation, that the leader, once you accept the position of leadership, it comes with responsibilities, and you take the first hit.
So the hit should not come as a surprise, because
should not come as a surprise. That's what you signed for. When we pay dowry, we know why we are doing that. Yes, you can't look surprised down the line when then the heat comes, and even the heat itself, goes up. You must be prepared for it.
Wow, that's great. Looking at certain things that have been happening in the country, and we're going to take it from the point of view where indeed there have been cries, across board to have better governance in place, or to then have a leadership that stands out very clearly. And rather than look at the person directly or the people, let's look at the issues, which will inadvertently at some point to the people. So let's look at the issues. There's an empowerment program that's currently going on around the country, and that in different counties there are politicians who will come out and they will meet Kenyans, and there will be at some point some kind of monetary, I don't even know what to call it, a gift. And what we're being told is that it is development, it's empowerment, it is actually now putting money in the hands of the people. Now, where the people would welcome such a thing, because in that moment it is gratifying and is satisfying to a certain extent, can we look at it as economic development and empowerment when it comes to what it ought to be doing for the people of Kenya? Or should we say fund systems so that the systems actually work, so you don't have to do this? Is it economic empowerment as we see it, development, or are we seeing that the politics of the day are at play? Cyprian.
Thank you very much, Ndu. And we have discussed governance here on this platform a couple of times, and we've come to the agreement that failed leadership produces failed governance, and failed governance leads to tragedy. So what you are seeing now in those so-called empowerment programs is actually a tragedy. We are celebrating, we are institutionalizing calamity. That's calamity. What you see now called empowerment is actually calamity. And I'll use very easy examples for everybody to understand. There are three questions that have to be asked as relates to the so-called empowerment programs. And the first one is an institutional question. Which institution is doing the empowerment? Because in governance, we are interested about which institution and which policy is being implemented. When I reviewed the Kenya Kwanza manifesto at 1,000 days, we at the Future of Kenya and at Kenya Bora, we reviewed the Kenya Kwanza manifesto when they marked 1,000 days in office. It feels like they've been in office for thousands of years, although it has been 1,000 days. You don't see any of those things they are doing now in the manifesto. I don't find it anywhere. It's not there. So what policy are they implementing? Which institution has the responsibility, and where is the money coming from? That's how governance is done. We ask, which law or policy is this? Number two, which institution? Because how do we hold them accountable when we don't know which institution is responsible? Number three, where is the money coming from that is being distributed and that is being doled out? And those are the three questions that nobody wants to answer, which tells you that this is a tragedy. It's no longer empowerment, it's actually tragedy. And it is to try and cover over the massive failures of the Ruto administration at 1,000 days, at 3 years. So those are the three questions we must ask. Because if we start scratching those three questions, you will find that those are criminals who are being allowed to operate out there, who should be in jail. What the people of Kenya should do is to start arresting these criminals out there claiming to be doing empowerment programs, and ask them the three questions I've just posed right now.
If you were to ask them to the president, because obviously, I mean, essentially this is a conversation that we'd ask the president to hear certain things that Kenyans are saying, Cyprian. This is interesting because across board, there are different arms of government that are at play. Whether you have the legislature, because members of parliament are involved in these empowerment programs, and oversight as well. We had the senator for Kericho County the other day say something very clearly. And he said, do whatever it is that you want to do. This empowerment will continue. It would appear as though they do believe that these empowerment programs are helping Kenyans. How do you dissuade them from that notion?
No, we can't go to the Kericho Senator as a script, because that is where they want us to go. The way hypnotization, what they are doing is what in psychology we call hypnosis, to hypnotize the people so that the people cannot be able to ask the fundamental questions. So don't go that direction of whether the programs are helping people or not, because you will be jumping straight into a trap. We don't do governance like that. Because people can be doing 1,000 other important things out here. Right now in this country, there are many people supporting youth soccer clubs, drama, whatever. We don't have a problem with that. We are saying when government officials are the ones involved, we ask those three questions. We ask you, which policy are you implementing? Because that's how governance is done. Otherwise, private individuals, if Okari wants to sponsor the Mothers Union in the local church where he comes from, with 3 borders or tents and whatever, we will never ask Okari, why are you doing this to your local mother's church? We don't ask those kinds of questions to private questions. So the question cannot be, are what they are doing beneficial? No, we can't go to that kind of a conversation. We have to bring them back to what we call the guardrails. Governance operates within the guardrails. If we jump out of the guardrails, we don't know where we are, because anything goes. So we have to bring them back to the fold and ask them, which policy is this? Where was it passed? That's the parliamentary question. The second question is, which institution is responsible for this? Because then let us fold CDF. There are a lot of things that are already in operation. Why have we stopped now delivering through those institutional frameworks? So that we can hold somebody account, because we will know where the money has come from. Right now, what we are being invited into is don't hold us within the framework of what the Constitution, the laws, and the policy says. Leave us to now operate outside, even though you gave us the responsibility under the law. The president swore an oath at Kasarani which was presided over by the Chief Justice and the Registrar of the Judiciary. That is, every time we discuss William Ruto as the president, we take him back to the oath of office. Because once we take him back to the oath of office, we are going to take him back into the Constitution. But if we move out of the oath of office of a member of parliament, of the president, of individuals who are in public service, we will never hold them accountable. That's what they want.
But Cyprian, my question is, every time we have an election and we're getting to another election, we get into this election frenzy and campaign mode. At the moment, whenever that happens, there's a transparency black hole because there is no paper trail to anything. There is no processes of accountability. And the buzzword here is empowerment, but clearly is just a coined name for handouts. And we know the politics of tokenism and handouts in this country. It has always been there. Now,
is it handouts or bribery?
So it's handouts, bribery, now it's empowerment. It's all those things combined.
Correct.
Now, these drives, by the look of things, because you've raised a very, very important question of policy, where do we go to check all these things? These drives are not backed by any policy. They're not backed by any national fund. They're not backed by any audited budget. So at the time when they're saying mbunge fulani ametoa yake, rais ametoa yake milioni 2, mimi natoa yangu milioni 1, they're not saying you milioni 1 is as deputy president or as Kindiki a person, and then all these other collections from like-minded friends in supporting these small groups. My question is, why are we surprised?
We are surprised because we are going to mark the 15th year of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The Constitution, Okari, you were here. You saw that many people died fighting for this Constitution. Yes. Many people were maimed, jailed, families broken. Why? Because we rejected the way we were governed under the previous Constitution. So we fought to create a new constitutional order so that we can end that way of doing things, where individuals run a country very much like a kiosk. So what the William Ruto administration is doing is saying, forget about this constitution. Let us go to the kiosk way of operating. And we are telling them that is what we rejected. And they are saying, even if you rejected that, we are going to take you there anyway. And so the competition now is, how much money have you given? So that we don't ask the question, the money you've given, where did you get it from? And you bring me to an important place, because these individuals that you are seeing doling out millions of money, some of them are my age mates, some of them are younger, like Murkomen, and we know the lives they were living 10 years ago. They were university lecturers who could not even afford a air ticket to Eldoret to teach at the School of Law. You understand? So they couldn't even pay school fees for their children. They were taking shuttles to North Rift. But now they have this excess supply of money, which they are even saying they are very charitable and generous in giving. And they don't want us to ask, can we go to the economic crimes? There's in Kenya, there are laws. There's the Public Officers Ethics Act. There is the Economic Crimes Act in this country. People don't want us to hold them to account within the legal framework that we have established and the constitution that we have passed and promulgated. And don't be surprised, because some of these people were actually against the Constitution of Kenya. They campaigned against it. And so we are not surprised at all, Okari. What we are saying is that we reject being taken back to the kiosk operation, which is what we rejected when we brought the new constitution. What they are proposing to us is what we are rejecting. And the people of Kenya, especially the young people, rejected and have rejected this way, this modus operandi of doing things.
But Cyprian, you see, the people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, have rejected the way things are going. But if you then move forward on who then is to take this burden, this rejection, and act on it, we look at bodies as the Office of the Auditor General, who's always spoken about what is happening with regard to how money is being spent in government. Then enter EACC. EACC seems to have been quiet, and then the legislative arm of government that is supposed to oversight the executive, because you look at empowerment and the people championing it is the executive. But here you have a legislature that is as well just singing to the songs being perpetrated by the executive. So how then do we ensure that what we are rejecting will actually end up, say, in court if the bodies in charge of oversight are silent?
Ndu will tell you that I'm a very hopeful man because I don't expect somebody else to do it for me. That is the only reason I'm alive. Because I never wake up in the morning and expect that somebody is going to do it for me. That's why I go to court. That's why I go to the street. That's why I'm an active citizen. That's why I go to these offices and petition them and ask direct questions. That is why I take my time to study the documents. I'll tell you that the document that UDA and Kenya Kwanza published in the last chapter on under governance, the first promise was that they were going to conduct a state capture commission. They were going to establish a state capture inquiry and a commission, which is, I know where that came from. There's a friend of mine, I will not name him on air, who knew what South Africa did with their state capture commission and how that became very significant in removing Zuma from office. So they promised us that, and a lot of people supported them because the State Capture Commission was going to solve the problems we are seeing today. So let me tell you where we are with that. And that's why you will see me going to the policy, to the legal framework, to the institution that is responsible, and to the sources of money. Because if you don't operate within that framework, you are just a commentator on the street. So let me tell you that they knew that if you attempt to commission a state capture inquiry, it is the very people who have now been elected who will be found guilty. So they didn't commission the state capture inquiry. And what has now happened under the administration of William Ruto is that the state capture has become complete and it is deep. It is actually entrenched. The state capture is complete. It is so bad that a judge who makes a judgment that is not favorable to the executive, his or her security is withdrawn at 2 p.m. You make a ruling at 11. By the time you are going for lunch, you are a judge in Kenya, your security has been withdrawn. All of us meeting here know that it's happening. It has intimidated judges so badly that the independence of the judiciary in Kenya is dead completely. The independence of the judiciary in Kenya is gone, so that the judiciary is told, charge these people under the Terrorism Act, the Suppression of Terrorism Act, and the judiciary does exactly that. Instead of asking the first question, what is the evidential basis of charging these people under the Terrorism Act? Because we all know what the Terrorism Act is supposed to do. I'm just telling you how badly institutions are dead. Look at the EACC. I mean, nobody expects anything from institutions in the country. The only two offices that are working is the Controller of Budget and it is the Auditor General. But we know what is happening to these offices. The other commissions, like the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and all the Chapter 15 commissions, have been crippled. What has been done there is that withdraw the budget so that they don't have money to operate. So the Auditor General is there, but her budget is being slashed every year and threatened that if you continue with your toughness and the enforcing of accountability, we are going to completely cripple you or we look for some, charges for you. You saw the control of budget a year ago and a half. I remember I was with her in Mombasa, being charged that when she was in Asako, she borrowed, she lent money to somebody, and so you're hearing what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is Asako. She was an official of. She used to be an official of. Now she's the controller of budget, a constitutional office in the Republic of Kenya, who's being treated to this kind of humiliation, so that she's told, don't keep asking questions in terms of how we spend money, how we spend money outside the controls. That is how, over the last 7 months between July and March this year, you saw that Treasury spent 1.3 trillion manually. They did not do the control of budget. They didn't pass muster. So it's a rogue. This is the word that Dennis, that Aseto wants me to use.
Okay.
He wants me to use on the show the word that we are feeling the pangs of a rogue state. A rogue state that is not operating within the constitution. And because there is no opposition, and because the church and the religious institutions are in bed, and because parliament is dead, we are under a tyranny. What we call constitutional authoritarianism is actually what is operational in Kenya. So people can be killed, and if they complain, like you kill Albert Ojwang, if we demonstrate and complain, you kill more of us. Because why are you complaining about who we have killed?
So usually we'll see that there is the exemplification of some of these ideologies that you talk about. Constitutional authoritarianism. It would not be the first time, if that is what we're experiencing, that it has happened on the globe. Now, if we
Many times.
Yeah, it has. And if we have conversations that are directed towards solutions, which is the position that I think we should be in, whereby you say, okay, so this is the problem. If that truly is the problem,
what is the solution?
What have been solutions to constitutional authoritarianism on the globe in history?
Very good. Now, some of them are extreme, but they are normally 5, if I can be able to recount. The first one, which is the laziest, is to say, wait until the election and vote them out. Well, that is a very straightforward one. The second one is the convention way, where the citizens say enough is enough, and they convene a sovereign people's convention. That is provided for in Article 1 of our Constitution, right? The third is not just a convention, but going directly to call for a referendum on the government that is in place. That is what we call in simple language recall. You recall the government that is in place because it is acting against the established constitutional order. The fourth, which is not very popular, and that is why we keep some of these for later, is that people can be able to institute a revolution. And we have seen it in Sri Lanka, we've seen it in Bangladesh, we've seen it in many countries. Raila keeps giving us the Sudan, bad example, but he doesn't mention Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, which happened much later and more recently. Actually, almost at the same time with our Gen Z revolt of last year. So this is what we call popular uprising. Popular uprising, mass action, which is provided for in Article 37 of our Constitution. Article 37 of our Constitution. All right? And then there's the fifth, which is least desirable, military coups. The problem with military coups, and that's why we don't champion that way of doing things, is that the first casualty of a military takeover is the Constitution itself.
Yes.
So you cannot be running away from constitutional authoritarianism to no constitutional governance at all. So we have to tell Kenyans that there are these 5 options that are before us. The first one, the laziest, is wait for the next general election. The president keeps telling us that, I was elected, and he says it as if he was elected to stay in power regardless of what he does. And the youth of Kenya have said that you can't kill us and lead us. And more people are saying you cannot steal from us and lead us. We can't allow people who violate our rights, our sovereignty, and our constitution to continue to stay in power. So where are we at the moment? We are at a place where we are only 23 months to the next general election, depending on who is doing the interpretation. My friend Willis Otieno has been on this show, and he is completely right that the election should be conducted next year in August.
Yeah.
It's very clear that August 2026 is the day of the next general election. I don't know whether we are even ready for that kind of an election. I won't be one of the people who are agitating for that, whatever. But the one provision that I have skipped deliberately is actually the impeachment of the president. And I knew that you were going to ask me that. But I left it out of the 5 options because these 5 options are the people's options.
Yes.
We have a country where we have a parliament whose work includes oversight and legislation and representing the people. So Aseto was asking what has become of parliament. What has become of parliament that it is that it is so captured that Kenyans do not even suggest to them that can you try, because they have moved from, I say that they have moved from being a watchdog to a lapdog. And Dennis would know what a lapdog is. He's the one when you come from work which jumps and you pet it and give it more milk if that's what's needed, and so on and so forth. So we don't have a watchdog anymore, because institutions are completely pocketed. They are all there to represent the president, not the people of Kenya, but the president.
It's interesting that you say this, because just the other day when conversations around recalling, because this is one of the things on the list, IEBC then said very clearly that there was no... So essentially, if you wanted to do anything like recalling, you can kiss that goodbye, because there's lack of legislation or clear framework within which this would happen. And they cited a court ruling which was made in 2011 declaring parts of the Elections Act unconstitutional. So basically the IEBC says to you, if you're thinking about recalling or some of these things that you suggest, Cyprian, that it will not be possible because there is a lack of framework, essentially not enough laws.
Which is why this IEBC that has just been sworn in has not inspired any confidence from the people of Kenya. There's an important thing that we need to say at this stage. Every 6 months, we conduct what we call the diagnostic. We assess the level of confidence in institutions in our country. In the surprisingly, the confidence and the trust in institutions of governance is at its lowest since independence. Take the police, for example. There is no time in the history of our country that Kenyans have lost trust in the police like it is now. In fact, it's just that we don't have funding to conduct the nationwide survey, because we do it in all the 5,100 sublocations in the country to check what Kenyans say about the institutions of governance. But I'm sure that right now, the level of trust in the police could be anywhere near 26 or probably 27%. And that is supposed to be a trusted institution that dispenses justice. That's why I come to IBC. I wanted to make the broad point that when there is authoritarianism, the first casualty is the institutions. There's no confidence in the institutions. So no wonder there's no confidence in the presidency. Of course, there's no confidence in parliament. Of course, there's no confidence in the judiciary. Of course, the confidence in the police is very low. But what about the umpire, the IEBC? Democratic practice globally is that any electoral institution is supposed to enjoy a minimum of 65% rating. You know that our IBC, the highest they have ever gone is this is the Chebukati IBC when it was brought to office January 2017. That is when IBC got as high as 54%. But then after the 2017 election, which the Maraga Supreme Court nullified, it has been on a free fall. You've seen commissioners resigning, electoral officers being killed, etc. They can't even.
Now you have a new lot in Cyprian.
You have a new lot.
There's an opportunity for that,
which has come in through a very suspect process. You saw some of them were brought in through some addendum. They didn't even apply. So you are wondering who is this who pushed their names into the list. But forget about all that. We said, forget about it. We now have an IBC. We didn't want a constitutional crisis. But the first test that the IBC was given is the people to exercise their right to recall. What have they said? Oh, you know, the law is not there. Oh, you know, you can't recall. You can only recall MCS. If these are lawyers, because they are, the chairman is, the vice is, the Anderito is a lawyer, Mukwana is a lawyer, Alutalala. These are lawyers. It's only 3 of them who are not lawyers. The other 4 are actually lawyers. They know that the first thing that you are taught is that the Constitution is supreme. If the Constitution has provided for the right of recall, you can't give excuses. You have to implement the Constitution. You are an independent constitutional body. So how did we conduct the 2005 referendum? There was no referendum law.
But it was carried out.
We carried out the referendum. How did we carry out the 2010 referendum? There was no law, but we conducted the referendum. So these lazy excuses are the reason why Kenyans start to suspect that this IBC may not live up to the expectation of the people. What excuses are those? Conduct a recall according to the court ruling in the Katiba Institute application. The judges, the honorable judges, actually stipulated the circumstances and the thresholds that can be met and should be met for us to recall. There's a list of 63 members of parliament I have seen where Kenyans want to recall, including our own Esther Passaris, the women rep of Nairobi. Why should Kenyans be denied the right to recall their members of parliament? You can't expect MPs who are supposed to be recalled to make a law in terms of how to be recalled. So IBC is let me keep it clean. They are giving excuses. I didn't want to say anything outside that.
Because you look at even the recall clauses that are being quoted here, one would say even when the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, was being impeached, IEBC played a role in that because they had to be contacted for that process to happen. But here's a situation where you look at the office of the Deputy President and an MP, one would argue that impeaching a Deputy President is far much difficult. But we were able to impeach the Deputy President. Then when all these excuses being given by IEBC is being fronted, is it because their neck has been chokehold proper that they just can't breathe?
This is part of the reason why the political class didn't want IBC constituted early, because if you constitute them early, then they gain confidence, then they get autonomy. And so these new commissioners have been told that we are really watching you. If you try to rattle the political establishment, first, we will not provide you the money. Secondly, we will withdraw your security. And you know what happened to Musando. So they are behaving well so that they do not annoy the political class. Because if they annoy them, Parliament may deny them money. Parliament may withdraw things from them. So they are basically trying to play to the gallery. They are trying to tell them, we are good guys. We are not tough-headed. We are not even going to follow this constitution of theirs. We are just trying to be good to you so that you can. We are your friends, actually. That's what they are telling us. And we know why they are behaving that way. Because they know that the constitutional independence that is associated with their name. By the way, Okari, all over Africa, we are told that if you see something calling itself independent, it is most likely not independent.
Just in case you are wondering.
Like the way they say, if you're a father in a house and you keep remembering,
and you keep saying people that I'm the father in this home. we know that there's a problem there. So I said, I don't know whether I'm answering your question. Yes. That these people are actually not helping the damaged reputation. They don't have a reputation. There's very little confidence in this IBC, and they are not helping matters. And so I am looking at a 2027 election where we are going to an election where there is no confidence in institutions. And that is a massive political risk to the very existence of the state. And I'm using carefully chosen words
this morning. They've been carefully chosen words, but as some stark realities, I think, that you've pointed out this morning, that if anything, they need to be pondered upon. And of course, then having this conversation was one that was necessary to have. Our time runs out, Cyprian, and we want to thank you for being here with us this morning, looking for times where people can have thought around these conversations that we've had. Thank you for coming today.
So you are not even going to allow me to tell my listeners that I am the next Nairobi governor 2027? That doesn't happen. Well, the time is up.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Just said it, and there you've shared it. So now we know.
So thank you very much. So this is the governance that we have to. We can't keep talking. We have to move from the mode of criticizing government and suggesting to government. We have to come in, like Kibwana became governor of Makueni, and actually demonstrated
how it should be done.
How it is done. Because we are the people who made the constitution and who fought for devolution. But we keep leaving it to those who are against it. And that's why the tragedy.
And that's the
so
problem.
The conclusion as I go is to say the following, that it will take a revolution to find a solution. It will take a revolution in this country to find a revolution, and the leadership that is going to solve this country's problem is not going to come from Uganda or from outside the country. We have to step up, and the young people of this country, I can assure you, who I am working with, are completely determined not to recycle anything that has been in the system and which has failed us. So we must unite to deliver this country, and that's why I'm offering myself for Nairobi.
Cyprian Nyawamu, spokesperson, Kenya Bora to Takayo. Thank you for being here this morning.
Asante san.
You've heard it from him at 8:02. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Public servants have been urged to wear Harambee Stars jerseys from today in order to show patriotism. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku said public servants across the country who are able to purchase the jerseys should wear them until the finals of the African Nations Championship. The CS added that the move will unite the country, boost morale and show patriotism as Kenyans. He, however, said it exempts the police and military officers, urging all public servants, including those from the Judiciary Commission, Constitutional Commissions and the ministries, to feel free to wear Harambee Stars jerseys in their offices. Kakamega Senator Boni Khalwale has expressed disappointment over the closure of St. Mary's Mission Hospital in Mumias. Khalwale pointed an accusing finger at President William Ruto's government for failing to pay the hospital 40 million shillings under the new Social Health Insurance Fund, which the facility claims is owed to them after offering medical services to patients. He added that residents of Mumias and Kakamega at large had been relying heavily on the hospital, and its closure is a major blow to the local community. Former Lands Commissioner and Beringo Central MP Sami Moita will be arraigned following his arrest in connection with a multi-million shilling land fraud case in Nairobi West. DCI said Moita was apprehended in Kilimani yesterday and is facing a number of charges, including conspiracy to commit a felony, creating a document without authority, abuse of office and providing false information to a public officer. His arrest follows new directives from the office of the DPP regarding 2 plots on Maimahi Road in Nairobi West. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has continued to criticize President William Ruto for allegedly ordering police to shoot protesters in the legs. Speaking at a rally held in Dallas, Texas in the United States, Gachagua also criticized the president's close associates, including Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen and Belgut MP Nelson Koech, for supporting his controversial order despite the killing of several Kenyans.
Most of you are in the health sector. Does not mean that if you are shot in the leg, you will not die. If you are shot, you'll bleed and die, isn't it? He gave that order. That's the level of impunity in Kenya. Nelson Koech is the chairman of the Committee for Defense and Foreign Relations in the National Assembly. He is supposed to oversight the military and the National Intelligence Service. He went ahead to say, President, you are wrong. They should not be shot in the leg, they should be shot in the head.
Gachagua has called on the government to end cases of extrajudicial killings and abductions of government critics, saying a strong economy cannot benefit Kenyans living in fear.
The first thing that we must stop is the killings. Even if we fix the economy, who will it benefit if our children are dead? If parents are living in fear, when your children leave the house, you don't know whether they'll come back. You know, nowadays we live in fear. Anytime I see my children calling me at night, I hold my breath. And that's the situation everywhere in the country. You don't know what information is being relayed to you. We must fix the issue of extrajudicial killings and the issue of abductions.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, everybody. At 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday morning, the 4th of August, and getting well into the second part of the year proper. And even as we do that, still connections are happening. You guys are the guys for connections.
Yeah, and this is the best time to get connected. Yesterday, I was reading conversations somewhere where people asking, "E game to extreme wapi? Where can we watch this game?"
Yes.
And you don't have to stress about it, because Safaricom is giving you an option here where this month of August there's some great deals, and these great deals is when you get the Safaricom Home Fiber internet connection. You can enjoy double the speeds at a discounted price of 25% for the different plans that you would want to choose. So there are 5 plans. So you have the bronze plan, the silver one, the gold one,
and the 4.
4 plans.
Yes.
So you have the bronze, silver, gold, and diamond plans. So any of those plans that you choose, you get 25% discount and still enjoy double the speeds. So this welcome package, obviously, because we love free things, the guys who are coming to do the installation will do it for free. The router itself is actually also for free.
And the maintenance as well. It's free. But you see, when you talk about this connection, we talk about reliability. And reliability comes in terms of the fast speeds that you have, in terms of maintenance. You have someone who is always ready to assist you. But then again, there is also the aspect of DIY, do it yourself. So if you want to onboard yourself on Safaricom Home Fiber, all you need to do is dial *400# or go to my Safaricom app, and you're able to do all these things by yourself. So we talk about, do you want to attend your Zoom meetings? Do you want to attend class? You're doing online classes. Do you want to enjoy streaming your music, movies, perhaps, or when Williams or FX trader, Safaricom Home Fiber will ensure that you get to enjoy that. Now, this deal that you're talking about will end on the 31st of August. So between the 1st and 31st of August, you get to enjoy this, especially for the new subscribers. So what are you waiting for? Safaricom Home Fiber, feels good to be home.
Fantastic. And there's a certain kind of stress that hits you when the bills are due, or you get to that unexpected bills mid-month place and you're not really planned, right? Could be that the fridge needs restocking, or that you just need a certain thing that needs to happen. Kids are going to be going back to school at some point. It may fall at the time where it's not payday. Your rent is due, or you're running short because of one reason or another. And because these are not the easiest of times, a boost could go a long way. It could help. You know, you've budgeted, you've planned, but life doesn't always wait for payday, does it? This is where the Loop Quick Loan comes through for you. And it's not just about borrowing recklessly, it's about managing your finances and handling shortfalls with ease, enabling you to stretch your budget, smoothen any cash flow gaps, and maintain financial momentum throughout the month. How does it work? Well, this is what you do. Really simple. Open your Loop app. Because we've already established that you guys have downloaded it, right? Open the Loop app, go to the Grow tab, click on Quick Loan and apply. You can access up to 100,000 shillings instantly. No forms, no queues, no office visits or calling your manager to approve anything. You don't have to do that. You also get fair interest rates with no hidden charges, and you don't need to fall into the trap of predatory lending. The Loop Quick Loan is trustworthy, and it can come through during financial crunch times, enabling you to take control of your finances with an instant, transparent and flexible loan option. And you can pay within 30 days. What we want you to do is take a quick screenshot of your loan application, send it to us via DM, and you could get 5,000 shillings today. Extend your chances, and 5,000 bob, you can get that added to what it is that you need to do. Send us a screenshot and we could pick you today to get that 5,000 bob. Loop is not just an app, it is a lifestyle. Getting into a conversation this morning, and as we do today, Dr. Edgar Githua is an international relations and diplomacy expert and joins us in the studio this morning. I'll tell you in a minute what we'll be talking about. Dr. Githua, good morning.
Morning, Undu.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Things happened across the border, or things are happening, or things are brewing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have a look into what all of this is about. Yeah. But before we do that, Dennis will tell you which African country we are in today. We'd love to get your interpretation of that proverb.
Okay.
So we are in this country in the south called the Rainbow Nation. Mm-hmm. The Rainbow Nation because of its cultural diversity. It is a country that went through one of the hardest times in history due to colonialism, and apartheid was part of a history that is forever aged in this country. We are in South Africa. Now, when you talk about South Africa, let's talk about things that stand out. Talk about their rugby, talk about their football, cricket, you know. And Kenya, actually, our coach today is from South Africa, and he says he will go down history because the first goal to be scored in South Africa during the World Cup was his goal, right? So now let's go to our proverb today. The ox always takes the first hit. The ox always takes the first hit. How would you interpret that?
The ox always takes the first hit. Interesting. All right. My interpretation is, an ox represents strength. An ox represents, for very many African family and farming communities, the ox is actually used to plow. So I would think, and then unfortunately the ox, so for me I'm looking at it in terms of food security and providing food for the family. The ox is the one that goes and tills the virgin ground and does the heavy lifting. And then unfortunately, if there is a misfortune in that African family, it is the ox that also gets sacrificed to feed the visitors. So that's just my quick interpretation of it. So yeah, it carries a huge burden on it, literally on its back. And providing food and it becoming food. Yeah.
All right.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Very interesting one.
A lot of, I don't know how many communities do that. That happens a lot in the western part of the country.
Yeah.
Where the bull is offered as a sacrifice.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about, South African communities are very communal, they're very social.
Yeah.
So, so they would, what happens in Western Kenya probably would also happen down there. So that's just my quick interpretation of that. Yeah.
Indeed.
Right. Yeah.
So, even as we get into this conversation, we're looking across the border. And when we look at regional integration, one of the key elements of regional integration is trade. Trade and how you're able to open up your trading agreements from country to country. And say that you open up those corridors and allow that to happen so that there can be a robust environment between which these two countries, it could be bilateral, it could be multilateral, but you're opening that up essentially so that you have a good business relationship, even as you're in the same regional bloc. Kenya and Tanzania seem to be in the throes of what could be simmering into a bit of a conflict. This comes about, there have been certain things that have been said, but not as overtly as the most recent announcement, where Tanzania, in a new policy, has blocked foreigners from engaging in 15 key economic activities, including retail hairdressing, mobile money transfer services, phone repairs, small-scale mining and real estate agency, as well as tour guiding and other small-scale businesses. Now, when they made this announcement, maybe you can tell us if they were targeting Kenya specifically or if they were doing this for all countries that may have been involved in this. It just so happens that the number that we hear of is closer to 50,000, 40,000 plus Kenyans who are in these particular industries that Tanzania has said we're not going to be able to do this anymore. Does it pose a problem?
It does pose a problem. So my interpretation of Tanzanian's pronouncement, and yes, you are right to, actually that's actually the makings of a very good analyst in Yundu, because when you say Kenyans being targeted, that was my exact interpretation. And I know the Tanzanians won't like this, but it is a political season. And two things are happening from my own interpretation. One, protectionism. The Tanzanian government, knowing it's an election year, are trying, and they are losing popularity because of draconian laws that have been imposed over a period of, the current president's regime. They are trying to gain back favor by showing Tanzanians. One of the biggest problems Tanzanians have been complaining is the same problems you're seeing in Kenya, hard economic times, and for Tanzanians claiming that some of the things we would have done, Kenyans are much better than us. So populism, let's call it populism. So the Tanzanian regime trying to get re-elected on a populist wave that we have put food back. I mean, we've given you a chance to put food on the table. That is number one. And number two, deeper and more sinister in my perspective, is the fear of the freedom of speech and the human rights that Kenyans enjoy. So if your figure is correct, 40 to 50,000 Kenyans in Tanzania, and look at the sectors that President Samia Suluhu and government have banned. It's the small SMEs, the hair salons, the mobile transfer, let's call them the M-Pesa shops, the trading, the hawking, all those things that Kenyans would really do, and Kenyans are pretty aggressive. One of the biggest fears within Tanzania's government is this being an election year and seeing that the regime is losing popularity, that Kenyans are going to export their revolution, their political revolution across the border. So even though they will not vote, they will easily say, people, it's like Kenyans are inciting Tanzanians, stand up for your rights. Don't agree to be repressed. And this new wave, you remember what happened to our activists, the ones who had gone to try and support Tundu Lissu, the opposition leader. So this is a repercussion of that. But not only are Kenyans going to come from abroad and come and, open up this democratic space, the ones who are already working within could be a catalyst to inciting Tanzanians to think differently. So there's those two things. Populism for the regime to try and win back popular support from its citizens, that we have given you a platform to make money, we've kicked out the foreigners. So I feel even if other East African countries' nationals are in Tanzania, I feel Kenyans are going to take the biggest hit out of this, because we are the most aggressive, we are the most enterprising within the region in that sense. And it is Kenya that is going to lose the most.
Dr. But then again, what does this do to the regional integration as per the EAC vision and mission? You know, we talk about a regional integration where a Kenyan would be able to get to Tanzania, do business, and live there easily. We talk about going to Uganda and being able to do that. But if this decision is made and other East African countries decide to retaliate, then where does the hope of EAC being one unified bloc and even get to the monetary policy. What does this decision do to the aspirations of the bloc?
Good question. Of course, it derails the whole regional integration vision. Remember, Africa is trying to integrate at some point, and it starts by the regional blocs integrating. So the EAC, the 4 pillars, a customs union, monetary union, market union, and then ultimately political federation, which for me is, long term coming. But Tanzania has always been the weak link in the region moving forward. For every 10 steps the EAC moves forward, Tanzania always takes us, 20 steps backwards.
How so, Doctor? I would like you to expound on that just a little bit. How does Tanzania come in a position where it takes the regional bloc backwards?
It takes us backwards because, like the Common Markets Union, when you're supposed to really open up those borders for free trade and everything, Tanzania has always been protectionist. Tanzania has always been afraid of letting other nationals go and work in for the longest time without work permits and all that. And I largely think this is largely because of their history and the fact that, their Ujamaa policy. It really, they took a beating on the Ujamaa policy. It worked well, and Mwalimu Nyerere had the right vision for his country, but just how they operationalized their socialism agenda kind of took them backwards. So you'll find, in terms of even education, very many Tanzanians who are able to go and seek their education either in Kenya or in Uganda, in other East African countries. So it is Tanzania just being afraid that they will be overrun and overtaken if they allow other nationals of the East African community to go into. So for the longest time, they're always throwing in small roadblocks. Today it's this issue, tomorrow it will be another issue, and it's always Tanzania doing this. So I believe they need to kind of understand that it is opening their country up and allowing their citizens to be exposed to tougher and stiffer competition they will actually grow. If you allow people who are better than you, to come and stay within your vicinity, guess what happens? Transfer of skills, transfer of just the business acumen. Tanzanians find Kenyans as in fact they say we are a bit too aggressive for their liking. The aggression is not just in how we carry out our things. Kenyans are go-getters. Kenyans are hustlers. So you'd understand, if you look at the latest complaint, is that Tanzanians complain that Kenyans are undercutting us. Undercutting simply means the Kenyan will go the extra mile to get that shilling. A Kenyan will probably do something which our culture has taught us that Tanzanian will not be willing to do. The Kenyan will go the extra mile of after-sales service, really try and persuade clients and customers, things that probably the Tanzanians haven't been able to catch up to. So it's populism, and they need to open up their country if at all they want to grow, if they want their citizens to also, understand and see how Kenyans are doing it, and probably the citizens over a period of time will pick up and do the same thing.
But I have a question. I will try to go back to that conversation of Kenya being targeted.
Yeah.
And Tanzania has a history of implementing, these policies that then restrict or clamp down on businesses for foreign nationals. And like you said, they're being protectionist. So it's protecting the local interests and forcing compliance. Sometimes that's what they argue. But if we just go back a few years and just look at a trail and a pattern, which will now lead to the question. Look at 2017, 2018. There was a crackdown on Kenyan traders and businesses at that time. And this was when Magufuli was president. And their approach was, especially Kenyan truck drivers, were repeatedly blocked from entering Tanzania, or they were deliberately delayed at the Namanga and Holili border posts. So the impact then was that Kenyan milk that was being exported to Tanzania, Kenyan maize being exported to Tanzania, and other agricultural products were banned or heavily taxed. Now that was 2017, 2018. When it comes to 2018 itself, actually, that was 2017, then you had deportation of what they call foreign nationals. Majority were Kenyans. And we had a lot of engineers, a lot of teachers who were actually then deported because of lacking working permits in Tanzania. Then we go back to 2019, where then there was the suspension of Air Tanzania flights to Kenya, and then Tanzania revoked licenses and said, okay, you know what? we are also going to deny you landing rights. We're also not going to land in Tanzania because of the COVID protocols.
Yeah.
We still come back to 2021, 2022, the EAC disputes over taxation and licensing. Tanzania again imposed stricter regulations and higher duties on goods that were especially coming from Kenya. So in all this, the pattern clearly is, as much as you're then targeting other East African countries, Kenya is heavily affected by a lot of these things. My question is, why bother courting a girl who's playing hard to get, and this girl doesn't want to be found? Why does it seem to feel like Kenya is at a losing end every time we're having these Kenya-Tanzania discussions? They almost appear to have the upper hand.
Okay, it's very interesting the way you've put it. Okay, granted, look at it this way. Kenya and Tanzania has always envied Kenya's enviable position or hegemonic position within the East African community.
Yes.
And Tanzania believes that because they have Dar es Salaam as a port and Kenya has Mombasa, Tanzania can be the alternative to the region, to the landlocked countries like Rwanda, Burundi, Eastern DRC and such regions. So when you undercut Kenya's businesses, and it's a retrogressive way of thinking, but nation states act in their own interest. It's a retrogressive way of thinking. Tanzania has always felt that if we can undercut Kenya's business leadership or the position that Kenya holds enviably in the business world, we can try and raise our economy. These issues, you remember Magufuli burnt our cheeks.
Yes.
Yeah, the cheeks, the cheeks that were burnt. Yeah. Then the Maasais who strayed into, they didn't stray. They've always used those as grazing grounds. The Maasais who were jailed and their cows, I can't remember whether they were auctioned or what happened to their cows. This trade wars, it is simply Tanzania envying Kenya's hegemonic position within the region. And granted, in international relations, we say nation states act in their own interest. Sometimes those interests are detrimental to everybody else other than what they deem best for themselves. So we will continue with this part. This problem will get solved at the summit. Either Yala will raise it up. I saw our trade minister, say he had written already to his counterpart. I saw the Prime Cabinet Secretary in Kenya say he had written to his counterpart in Tanzania. It will be escalated to the summit. The presidents will sit, the summit and the heads of state will sit. It will be solved. But I can assure you, 2 years down the road, it will be something else.
And Edgar, and that there goes my point. It's not the first time.
It's not the first time.
Yes, he has discussed Tanzania issue.
Yeah.
Somebody has just reminded me, 2023, Tanzania again introduced policies aimed at limiting operations of foreign-owned tour companies. The target was again Kenya.
Exactly.
So it's in all sectors. It's in tourism, it's in agriculture, it's just trade. And the question is, because Tanzania keeps doing this, and we keep bringing this up at the summit, like you're saying, and you're rightly saying it, then we'll still go back again. Then we'll have other fights, then we go back to the table. This discussion. Why? What's the point?
It's a neighbor who has decided that, I will not, you are number one, but I'll not make it easy for you. You're ahead of us, but I'll not make it easy for you. So at every point, it is also Tanzania trying to say, you will not ignore me in the region. I am also a voice to be heard in the region. It sounds very petty, but that's how statecraft is. That's just what international relations is all about. Because like the one you talked about, the tour drivers, Kenyan tour drivers being blocked from, Masai Mara and Serengeti, I think, are connected. So when you block this van, and there are no border posts right in the middle of that wild conservation area, when you block this tour van or start being discriminatory, without realizing that this same tourist has visited the Kenyan side and will eventually come to the Tanzanian side, without realizing in liberalism something we call a win-win, that you can win and I can win also. We can leverage on our synergy and get a win-win situation. Tanzania has decided to play petty politics, for lack of a better term, where we will undercut you at every corner. You will listen to us. You will recognize and that we are also a voice to reckon with within the region. So, and granted, Kenya, I hope, is not going to go down those petty politics. I'll digress and show you. Remember President Kibaki? The Migingo issue between Kenya and Uganda.
Yes.
So Uganda decides to make the Migingo issue an issue. All right. President Kibaki looks at it. Some of his advisors are telling him, let's show our might. Kibaki tells them, look here. President Kibaki tells them, Uganda buys a lot from us. If we start going on a war over this small island in the middle of Lake Victoria, we're losing the bigger picture. So what does Kenya do? Let the Ugandans do whatever they want to do with Beringo Island, but they continue importing from us. So you look at the bigger picture, and that is what Kenya is doing right now. If you see Kenya bending over backwards to try and mend fences or to try and have this discussion, it's not because we cannot do without Tanzania. Of course we can do without Tanzania. But now remember Ndu's figures, 40 to 50,000 Kenyans who are earning...
Just those are business owners.
Those are business owners.
Prime Cabinet Secretary talked about 250,000 Kenyans living in Tanzania, and then the majority of them business owners. But anyway,
So you look at the bigger picture. Let's do a multiplying factor. Assuming all those 250,000 Kenyans working there support 4 Kenyans. So you're talking about 1 million Kenyans whose lifeline depends on what is happening in Tanzania. So you don't pick a petty fight with this. Listen to them, humor them, listen to what exactly they are saying this time round. Refer them back to the East African Common Market Protocol and tell them, based on the non-discrimination, based on the trade, you're breaking these laws. How can we solve it? How can we go forward? All the time, what you're trying to do is safeguard the livelihoods of the Kenyans and the taxes that they remit back at home and the support they bring back at home to Kenya. So I think Kenya is playing the bigger brother, the bigger person here by reaching out to them. But in essence, we could do without them and really survive, actually, If you asked me, and I know probably this may not be the best statement, but let me say it, Tanzania needs Kenya more than Kenya needs Tanzania. Granted.
Dr. What would happen in a situation where, okay, fine, Kenya is now playing the bigger brother, right? But remember, this decision affects the larger EAC. So what would happen if the other countries as well decide to isolate Tanzania and tell them, we do not need you, you need us? What would we be looking at in terms of retaliatory decisions by other countries? Because Kenya might be a bigger brother, but Rwanda, Uganda might not be.
Exactly. So, and that's now the short-sightedness of the Tanzanian leadership in realizing that you have begun a fight that you cannot win. Why can't you win? You're in the East African community. If the other countries decide to retaliate, to your question, Tanzania will be left with no choice but to threaten to or actually withdraw from the East African community. Remember, they are a member of SADC. Exactly. So they could say, our interests are going to be served in SADC, EAC, it's been real, and they walk out. Okay, who loses? Of course, there are people who lose. There are so many Tanzanian students within Kenya and Uganda because of our stronger education system. Companies and foreign direct investors in Tanzania sometimes prefer employing, and this is now where the beef is. They prefer employing Kenyans and Rwandese and Ugandans. Number one, because of English and just acumen and work ethic and all that. So Tanzania has catching up to do. And so if they were clever, they should have bid their time. They should become like countries like China. Let the foreigners come in, teach you, learn from them, and then eventually when you have the capacity, you can quietly ease them out of your system without any animosity, and then you're left with the capacity. So Tanzania currently doesn't have that capacity. And it is the Swahili saying, what is that Swahili saying? It is spiting the midwife while pregnancies are still going on. So Tanzania is doing this to its East African neighbors, Kenya and especially Kenya, without knowing our human resource to an extent helps them run their economy. If we, for example, they were able to kick out all the foreigners from their soil, assuming that's the direction they want to take, there are very many sectors of their economy, I don't want to use the word would grind to a halt, but would face serious challenges, and Tanzania's economy would just go back. So this is being short-sighted. If all the other countries retaliate, in diplomatic terms, they say reciprocity. You've kicked us out, now we are doing the same to you. Tanzania would be the loser.
Let's take a break at this point and come back and discuss. There have been, sentiments, there's, gaining the chatter across board that perhaps Tanzania is not really interested in an EAC, camaraderie anymore, and that where its interest lies is actually in SADC. And then one would say, okay, if this is the way that we say, well, maybe would you then see a situation whereby Tanzania could focus? We look at the AU selection, and it is said widely that Tanzania did vote with the SADC bloc, and was not necessarily interested in what was happening over here with the EAC. We'll look at that when we come back and see how that then does harp on any kind of decisions that we made into the future, and let's look at that retaliatory reciprocity, as it were, when we come back. Dr. Edgar Githua is an international relations expert joining us this morning as we discuss what's going on between Kenya and Tanzania. Is it brewing, or are we just looking at something that will simmer out? We'll come back and discuss this when we come back from this break. It is now 23 minutes to 8 o'clock. Good morning.
Yeah.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Muda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
It's 22 minutes to 9 o'clock, and continuing this conversation, 22 minutes, and Dr. Edgar Githua, who's an international relations and diplomacy expert, joins us this morning, having a conversation around the most recent announcement. Like we said, we say most recent because it's not the first of its kind that has come from Tanzania. This was for all foreigners, so it affects quite a number of people. China, we see affected here. Uganda affected here. But interestingly enough, Kenya then would get the largest or the strongest hit because of the sheer numbers and also the previous relationship. It would seem as though, and it's been said in very many circles, that Tanzania has been leaning on the SADC side rather than the EAC side. What benefit would they have by, having tentacles deeper in a SADC integration than with the East African community?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for them, from a rational perspective, there's something called the rational choice theory. We say countries are rational actors and they do a cost-benefit analysis at any one given time on the decisions they make. So staying in SADC and EAC benefits Tanzania by allowing them to get the best of the South and the best of the Eastern region. So it is just... And all nation states are this way. It's just greed at its best. You want to get the best of both worlds. Now, sometimes these countries that are members of multiple regional blocs find themselves at crossroads when they have to now juggle and balance relationships across all these, extended, multifaceted boundaries. So Tanzania, in my view, stands to benefit more from the EAC than SADC, because in EAC, it facilitates transport logistics for Rwanda, Burundi, Eastern DRC, and language is not a barrier for it. Tanzanians can go into, Swahili now is taught in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Kenya, it's here, right here. So if from a perspective of socioeconomic and cultural integration, Tanzania benefits more from the East African community. Of course, it also benefits from SADC, but now SADC, like we were rightly saying during the break, has its big boys, South Africa, and even the culture of the southern countries is a little bit different from Tanzania. So if Tanzania was to try and probably push for an angle to withdraw from the EAC and remain in SADC, it would realize that it is losing a lot of benefits from the East African region, because now Rwanda and Burundi now, depending on now what SADC rules are, Rwanda and Burundi might just be caught up between, do we do trade with Tanzania, which is a SADC country? Are our goods safe at their port? All those questions come into mind. So it is in the interest of Tanzania to stop all this sabbaticaling and rocking the boat from within in the East African community and just move the region and move forward with the region. If there are issues, for example, if they felt that Kenyans are over-aggressive in certain aspects of their market, SMEs, it's very easy to solve that. Create like a quota system. Say, we are not blocking Kenyans from all these businesses, but we will have a quota. Once we have Kenyans registered. Let's say once 5,000 Kenyans are registered in a particular type of business, we cannot register anymore. And Kenyans will understand. So Kenyans will know, if you go to Tanzania, do not first ask, which of the following businesses can you register for? Can you do? Yeah. Instead of kicking us out. Yeah, because we don't kick Tanzanians out of Kenya.
Do you think it is, do you think it's an issue of kicking Kenyans out more than it is a political insular issue whereby populism comes into play, and that this is something that after an election at the end of the year, that this will then be a non-issue?
But the problem is, it could be that cheap political. It could be a PR exercise, all right? Pretend you've kicked out the Kenyans and not really kick them out, or kick them out temporarily and then find a way of bringing them back. But until when? Until when will you destabilize people? You need to move past. Politics sometimes is called petty. You need to move past this petty populism politics, because granted, you've kicked out Kenyans. Your elections are held in October, and then the Kenyans come back in November, and your citizens call you a liar and say you promised you kick out the Kenyans. The fear of the pronouncement for me coming from the Tanzanian government is the risk and vulnerability it exposes Kenyans to. Because remember, the minister said effective immediately. So for me as an international relations student, I begin to see the danger. The xenophobia that happened in South Africa, something similar or of a lesser extent happening to Kenyans, because Tanzanians will wake up and now come up to your M-Pesa shop and tell you, you are told not to have this business, without understanding that your license has to run out its course, maybe a year or whatever. So there will be Kenyans who will be at a point where they will face discrimination and will face bad treatment from Tanzanians, because they have the support, or they think they have the support of their government. That is the danger of that pronouncement. That is the part that the Tanzanian regime did not calculate, that you're exposing other nationals to xenophobia or outright harassment and discrimination from citizens who may not really understand the workings of the law or how it's supposed to be operationalized. That for me was the biggest danger, because I felt I should have said, a year from now, let it be known by all nationals, all foreign nationals, we are not renewing these licenses. And then you give all these nationals, if you really want them out and you have a genuine intention, a way to ease out of your economy, if that's what you really want to do. But saying effective immediately, for me, stank of populism and, of course, just lack of wisdom, and the fact that you've exposed the nationals of all these countries, not only Kenyans, but the Chinese. I happened to go to Tanzania like some 5-6 years ago, and there's a place called Karioko in Tanzania. It's like our river road, and it's very busy and hustling and bustling. Do you know I found Chinese hawkers, and they can speak Swahili, and they were selling, what were they selling? They were selling duvets. So he entices you on the streets and tells you, I'm selling you this duvet. Then when you start haggling with him, he tells you, that's my shop right there in Karioko, where you go and find his wife or his relative, a Chinese in Karioko. They dominate those businesses. So the issue here is not that foreigners have dominated Tanzanian businesses. The bigger question for the Tanzanian government is, how do we increase capacity of our citizens to be able to compete with these foreigners on our home ground, on our home soil? So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Ask, how do we improve our own capacity? How can Tanzanian duvet sellers compete with the Chinese? Maybe not on price, because the Chinese probably is getting his at a cheaper, but at least learn the business tricks, or come up with a law that tells these foreigners, granted, I will not refuse you from having the business, but you have to employ some 2 Tanzanians at your business, so that you do what? Informal capacity building. Yeah. So that eventually after 10-15 years, when you ease out the foreigners, your people have the capacity.
But I'm looking at this, and I still go back to my earlier question. And looking at all these patterns, the Kenya's posturing in the region. Yeah. Because I'm trying to zoom out, because this is not the first time this has happened.
Exactly.
And I'm just trying to read, where is this pattern leading? Yeah. And over the years, there's been this growing assertiveness by Kenya when you look at continental leadership. So you have AU, you have IGAD. There is a way Kenya postures itself, and you look at where Tanzania then is coming from. Just the other day, when Boniface Mwangi and the others were in Tanzania, and Suluhu made a statement, she actually threw a jibe at Kenya because of, and the undertone was, whatever business you think you can run here, because mmedhibitiwa kule kwenu, mwezi kuleta hapa Tanzania.
Exactly.
But then there is the growing interest around how we are managing our own country's affairs that then emboldens a country like Tanzania to look at how weak our systems are and argue, your previous posturing is no longer there. You don't have that same power.
Yeah.
You need us more than we need you.
Yeah, there could be a bit of that, and the fact that, granted, especially now, and especially when those activists went that side and were deported, some were deported, and then some, all those negative things happened to them. Kenya's posture and Kenya's reaction to that may have emboldened Tanzania to also take this extra step. That it looks like currently they would look at the Kenyan regime and probably argue that these are not the former farm governments or regimes that we had in the past. Maybe we can push a little bit and they will not do anything so much. Okay, they need us and all these things. Number one. Or two, back to those figures. If at all it's 250,000 figures, it is knowing the Kenyans are not going to react badly because they have 250,000 of their citizens who cannot get jobs back at home, and they need jobs within our economy. So we can afford to push them a little bit. Yeah, there's a bit of that bullying aspect as well. But I'm thinking, for me, as a political, as international relations political scientist, wired individual, for me, I thought the regime was afraid that these Kenyans could somehow influence the election in terms of the rhetoric. They have made friends, they have made connections within the Tanzanian society. And the revolutionary spirit that is within the Kenyan public, that is what they are mostly afraid of. Kenyans could come and just, create vibes within the system. That is number one. Feeling that, Tanzanians who hung around Kenyans for some time, eventually at some point, acquire that same aggressive nature, acquire that same outspoken nature. So when they go back to Tanzania, the people tell them you're behaving differently. It's because you've stayed with Kenyans. So I think Kenyans are causing ripples. I'm not so sure. Maybe Kenyans could be also causing ripples within that society that government is a bit afraid of. Yeah,
I'm trying to look at beyond the politics, and the assumption here is we import a lot from Tanzania.
Yeah, we also,
going back to, is it a case of Kenya needs Tanzania more than Tanzania needs more of Kenya? I'm looking at the latest available data, 2023. Kenya imported goods worth approximately 54 billion. This is from Tanzania, 54 billion from Tanzania. And we've had truck drivers argue and say, if you look at the number of trucks moving from Tanzania coming to Kenya are more than the trucks of Kenyan trucks moving from Kenya to inside Tanzania.
Yeah.
Looking at these figures, because we can go to the levels of importing cereals and grains.
Yeah, actually,
yet Kenya can actually do the same. We are actually importing industrial goods. We're importing livestock products. We're importing fruits and vegetables. We are importing onions and all those kind of things, even eggs, which you can locally produce. These guys know the numbers. So they're looking at these numbers and then might argue, well, you people need us actually more than we need you. You're importing all these things from us. We decide to close, you'll have to find other alternatives and it will be more expensive. So Tanzania then becomes a very key trade partner with Kenya, but it almost feels like Tanzania at this point appears to be having the upper hand.
So I hear what you're saying, and I buy your argument that there's that way of looking at it. But then from a political science perspective or from an economic perspective, then they are missing the whole point. When you have the upper hand, you actually open that border more, allow more of those goods to come across. You don't become restrictionist. You don't bring about protectionism. You don't impose those 10 to 15% taxes that I had the Minister of Trade talking about that Tanzania is imposing on Kenyan goods. When you hear them imposing taxes, those 10 to 15% taxes on Kenyan goods, it's because those Kenyan goods are of superior quality to theirs. All right? Kenya buys more from Tanzania, not because we need more from Tanzania, but because Tanzania, from time immemorial, has always blocked Kenyan goods from going there. Those underhand tactics, blocking our drivers, all those tiny things that kind of appear like Kenya is not selling Tanzania. But in actual fact, looking at the human resource, Kenya provides a lot of human resource. If we could quantify our human resource now into those figures, I don't know whether that has been factored in. Importation is just one way of looking at trade, international trade. So there is the aspect of what we physically buy. But if we quantify the value of what Kenyan labor gives to Tanzania, if we could quantify that into a figure, Tanzania gets more from. Tanzania needs Kenya more than.
You see, there is another way of looking at it in terms of, fine, Kenya imports more from Tanzania.
Yeah.
Fine, we are the consumers. But then again, one would argue that Tanzania also depends on Kenya because we do not get those things for free. They need our money for the economy to survive, for their farmers to be able to sell the wares. So there is two ways of looking at things.
Yeah, it's symbiotic in that way. Yeah.
Yes,
exactly.
and then again, you look at a situation where 250,000 Kenyans who are in Tanzania pay taxes in Tanzania. That means Tanzania is enjoying taxes from these 250,000 Kenyans who are working there. But let's look at if xenophobia was to happen in Tanzania, does this then mean that the leadership, the Tanzanian government, then is squarely responsible for atrocities committed to foreign citizens, perhaps?
Correct, exactly. Under international law, they are bound to protect all citizens of whichever country who are legally in their country. I will use the word legally because if you have illegal people who are, if you're an illegal immigrant, yes, granted, your human rights are protected. Those are enshrined in international law, international human rights law. But the formal processes of protecting you, the fact that your embassy is aware you're around, and the rights and responsibilities of any country, you're kind of at a disadvantage if you do not declare who you are as a foreigner. If anything was to happen to right now where Kenyans in Tanzania, if their businesses are vandalized, if their businesses are broken into, if Kenyans come to physical harm because of poor implementation of this directive, Tanzania will be held responsible. Yeah, they'll have a case to answer for that. And those are some of the optics. And then remember, Tanzania forgets that the world is watching. We live in a world that is complexly interdependent. So other foreigners and foreign direct investors are looking at how Tanzania is treating foreigners on its soil, and they're asking, I was thinking of opening up a factory in Tanzania and employing, let's say, 5,000 Tanzanians. Is that really the destination I need to go to? So the world watching this is also getting repelled. So Tanzania, in the end, will end up shooting itself in the foot because you have declared to the world you're not ready for globalization, which is a fact and it is here to stay. You've declared to the rest of the world that you are not open to competition. And you can't live in this world without competition. So there is a picture they are sending about the current regime that is going to be retrogressive. Remember, Tanzanian Airways, I don't know, I've not followed that story. After the human rights violations that were committed in Tanzania on the Kenyans, Tanzanian Airways was banned from flying to Europe. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that's a chunk of their income also gone. That's bad publicity for them. Now you come up with this directive of shutting out foreigners and locking them out from certain businesses. What image is Tanzania portraying to the world, to the community of global nations? That we are not cooperative, we're not ready for integration, we're not ready for globalization. So Tanzania will become a pariah in global politics. And eventually that costs them. It begins costing them from development partners, foreign direct investment. Everybody now starts treating Tanzanians like, oh, you're the people who don't like socializing. You're the people who don't want neighbors. And it's a bad tag to have.
It'll be a bad tag for them.
Yeah.
Let's look at the element of reciprocity in the few minutes that we have left. Because the CS... for the Ministry of Trade, Investment, Industry, the big one, essentially Kenyanjui last week essentially said, you know what, whereas the tactic that we would employ would not be retaliation, we are not going to take it off the table in terms of something that can be employed to deal with this thing.
Exactly.
Because Kenya could actually then do the same thing. But when we look at the relations between nations, when we talk about reciprocity, is retaliation one of the ones that's used, and can it be employed when you're still trying to foster neighborliness as far as nations' relations are concerned?
Yes, it is. And that retaliation, that reciprocity is, we call it retortion. So at the highest, if Kenya was to protest, the highest protest Kenya would give in diplomatic terms would be to recall our High Commissioner from Tanzania. That is the first step in trying to show the other nation we're not happy with what you're doing. So you recall your High Commissioner and expel their High Commissioner. You don't even wait for them to be recalled. The moment you recall yours, it's automatic. The Tanzanian High Commissioner in Kenya will also not feel okay. You don't close the embassies No, you don't. But it is an act of diplomatic displeasure. It is you displaying your highest, diplomatic displeasure in saying we are not happy with the state of our relations. It is a chance for diplomacy now to take place. The presidents meet, the ministers of foreign affairs meet, and we begin this conversation of how can we mend our relations. And what is it that Tanzania you feel we have been not doing, that you've resorted to these underhand tactics in kicking out our citizens and all this. So those things usually happen. But now, guess what, Ndu, back to your question.
Yeah.
Assuming all East African countries decide to protest diplomatically, kicking out the Tanzanian high commissioners and ambassadors from their regions to tell Tanzania you're behaving badly. You see, Tanzania finds itself, the upper hand that Dennis was talking about now, what you thought would work for you, what you thought you'd press for advantage, now puts you at a big disadvantage. And for you to normalize relations, unfortunately, negotiations, you now come at a losing end and you give concessions. So if this backfires on Tanzania, if other East African community nations decide to protest strongly, it will escalate to the level of ambassadors and high commissioners get recalled. And two, Tanzania trying to normalize relations will now come begging and even lose whatever advantage it had before. So it is not a place to go to. I do not know whether the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Tanzania and their trade sat down and had a conversation. I will not be surprised even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Tanzania was blindsided by their Minister of Trade in this blanket declaration, because there are repercussions.
Sure. At the risk of running out of time, and we could be getting into a whole other conversation when we talk about regional blocks and multilateral agreements with, international organizations. But when we look at the African continent, we look at all our regional blocks, save for, one or two, it seems that we're not able to have real unity amongst these regional blocks. Is it possible for nations which are still trying to figure out their issues?
You're taking back to the formation of the OAU.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
There were two schools of thought. The Kwame Nkrumah school that was saying, let's have political federation, let's seek first the political union of Africa. And then the other group
things will be added to us.
And remember, the architects of the other group was Julius Nyerere. He was like, no, all countries in Africa cannot join together. Let us first form our own countries, get our act together. We'll unite at a later stage. African unity is elusive because of a number of factors. Lack of political goodwill of our various heads of state, number one. Two, the differences, and I know this sounds like a cliche and I'll sound like a broken record, the cleavages that were left by colonialism. French West Africa versus the Anglophones versus the Lusophones. We have all those debates. It is not entirely impossible, but we need a change of leadership across the continent, at the presidential, at the summit level, because it's lack of political goodwill. And without naming names, there are presidents who have refused to let go of power all over the continent. So we're not blaming anyone in particular. And it is that retrogressive mindset, of people creating small fiefdoms and kingdoms and, playing this retrogressive politics that will eventually make this dream of an African union
even more
elusive.
Riveting conversation, definitely insights for us to look into. Dr. Edgar Githua, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Stuff for us to go off of, and I think and continue to contemplate. And that's why discussions like this are important.
Thank you.
Dr. Edgar Githua is international relations and diplomacy expert, has joined us this morning. Let's see how these things continue to unfold. Asante sana at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The DCI have announced the discovery of a clandestine drug lab hidden in Mwabungo village, Ukunda, Kwale County. DCI say 2 individuals were arrested at the scene and are currently in custody pending arraignment. The officers also recovered sophisticated lab equipment and a variety of chemicals believed to be used in the production of illegal drugs, and uncovered cultivated sections suspected to be growing cannabis, suggesting prolonged illegal activity at the site. A crisis is looming in the health sector after nurses issued yet another strike notice set to start this week. Kenya National Union of Nurses Deputy General Secretary, that is Maurice Opetu, said they'll down their tools starting this Friday, citing blatant failure by the county governments to address their grievances. Opetu said that their strike was set to commence last month, but it did not happen because of negotiations and it was extended by a month. Among the issues they've raised are an alleged failure to implement the SRC salary review structure, failure by the county government to negotiate and conclude the CBA for the government, and failure to implement the return to work and career progression agreement. Kenyan human rights defenders are demanding swift government action to ensure justice for activist Mwabili Mwagodi, who was allegedly abducted in neighboring Tanzania and later abandoned in Kwale County under mysterious circumstances. Mwabili disappeared for 4 days before being discovered disoriented and traumatized in a forest in Kinondo, south of Diani in Kwale County. The circumstances surrounding his abduction remain unclear, but rights groups suspect cross-border foul play and are calling for an immediate investigation. 4 foreign nationals have died in separate incidents, with police launching investigations into each case. In Nairobi, a 95-year-old British man was found dead in his bed along Riverside Drive. In Watamu, Kilifi County, another British national, Gregory John Richard, aged 81, died yesterday after developing breathing difficulties at a private villa. In a separate case in Mutwapa, Kilifi County, a Dutch national collapsed and died on the evening of August 1st. And finally, in Kwale County, an Indian man died shortly after checking into a hotel in Diani. All 4 bodies have been taken to their respective mortuaries as autopsies and investigations continue. The Kenya Council of Church Alliances and Ministries has welcomed the government's proposal to raise the legal drinking age from 18 to 21, describing it as a bold and long overdue intervention in the fight against rampant substance abuse. Speaking during a press briefing in Nairobi, the church umbrella body called for the full implementation of a raft of new proposals by NACADA, which include banning the sale of alcohol in supermarkets, restaurants, and PSVs.
We must move further and address the demand side of this problem. This will ensure that we do not merely drive the sale and consumption of alcohol underground, thus leading to the rise of illicit brews and even more unsafe alternatives. I don't think there is anybody that celebrates what we are seeing with a number of our young people, school-going children, that use these substances, are so addicted, they've even forgotten themselves, and families are writhing in pain.
They called for stricter regulation of alcohol advertising, particularly on mainstream media during hours when children are likely to be watching.
Kufanya adverts katika media ya mambo ya pombe, masaa hizo ziongeze ili masaa ziwe zile watoto wetu wanakuwa wamelala ili wasiadhirike na mambo haya. Na kwa muktasari pia tunasema NACADA ni vyema kuja na sheria, lakini ni jambo lingine kutunza hizo sheria. So tunaomba kwamba hizi sheria zizingatiwe.
And in the international scene, Hamas said on Sunday it was prepared to coordinate with the Red Cross to deliver aid to hostages it holds in Gaza if Israel meets certain conditions, after a video it released showing an emaciated captive drew sharp criticism from Western powers. Hamas said any coordination with the Red Cross is contingent upon Israel permanently opening humanitarian corridors and halting airstrikes during the distribution of aid. According to Israeli officials, 50 hostages now remain in Gaza, only 20 of whom are believed to be alive. Hamas thus far has barred humanitarian organizations from having any kind of access to the hostages, and families have little or no details of their conditions. That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're getting into a football conversation this hour. But beyond that, a policy conversation, and then also, looking at what's done in terms of protection for sportsmen, who I always say are some of the greatest ambassadors for any country. So, if you were wondering how you can watch the Chan Championships, the tournament through, and you're thinking, I'm going to be on my laptop, I'm going to be on my phone, I'm not quite sure how to connect, D have the solution for you.
Yes, and our Kenyans are very, very in a negative way, people say, Kenyans are very forgetful. We need to remind them of dates. So, when is the date today?
Today is the 4th of August.
4th of August. So, between now, it started on 1st, but between now and 31st of this month, there is a deal. Because we have Chan going on, and now July has decided to extend into August. So a lot of times, you go to the estates, a lot of cars are parked over the weekends, people are stuck in their houses, heaters on, you're watching movies, you're watching series, you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. Well, Safaricom Home Fiber Internet Connection, now you can enjoy double the speeds at 25% discount for any of the plans that you will choose. We said there are how many plans? 4 plans. The first one is bronze, then we have silver. And then we have gold. And then we have diamond plans. So any of those plans you choose, you get 25% discount, and you enjoy double the speeds, and you enjoy the free router, you enjoy free installation. If there is downtime, you get
5 GB.
Actually, the other day I got it, and for a few hours, it was actually a message. Interestingly, it was a message that I was not even aware.
Yes.
I was out of the house, and I was not even aware that there's no internet. Then I got a message that, you've been part of 5 GB data as we're fixing this. By the time I'm getting home in the evening, the whole thing was already fixed. So again, that comes for free.
And remember, you got home, it was fixed, and you still had your 5 GB to still use. It doesn't get any better than that. But even then, as you get these deals, I told Ndu here last week, I'm ambassador of good times, but I'm not here to struggle. So when you think about getting a router that works for you and internet at good speeds, what are you looking for? Reliability. You get to sit, chill, stream, enjoy your music, enjoy your movies at the comfort of whichever room you want to go. Because then again, we talk about an internet that is strong.
No buffering.
No buffering.
No lagging.
And then again, it is a question of you want to get connected, star 400 hash, or you just go to My Safaricom app, and on My Safaricom app you'll have the home internet. Sign up yourself and you're good to go. Remember, this is for the new customers who are getting onboarded between today and the 1st of August. Safaricom Home Fiber feels good to be home.
Fantastic. It's not only you guys who have good things in store. Let me tell you something else. We start from a place where you understand that adulting can be exhausting. You have rent, you have bills, you have groceries, you have school fees, you have children's, and they have children's needs. And then mom calls and she needs something.
Because now that the children are at home.
Eating like they've been paid. It's like, I just think about grazing cows. A cow in a field is just eating grass.
Yeah.
In fact, it reminds me of the bass clef in music. All cows eat grass.
Guess who's the ox here? You.
Bus. They just eating the whole day. And you have to make do. You can't. You have to do something about it. You don't want to say no, but you're already stretched thin, right? Those things actually happen. That's why I generally appreciate the Loop Quick Loan app. Rather, the Quick Loan on the Loop app. It doesn't wait for bank hours. You're not having to think. You're standing in the supermarket line and you have to think, okay, so is somebody going to approve this thing, or are we just going to go and leave the things at the... No, you don't have to think like that. It doesn't ask you to fill endless forms or jump through hoops. It simply meets you where you are and helps you keep moving. Just open your Loop app. Done. Tap on the Grow tab. Done. And click Quick Loan. Done. Apply in minutes. You could borrow up to 100,000 shillings. And the best part, no paperwork, no queues, no getting trapped with fine print or hidden fees. It is truly seamless, instant, transparent, and flexible. Right when you need it most. So don't get stuck. Come on now. Simply access the Loop Quick Loan and get back to taking control of your finances with dignity and ease. Remember, today, do the application, take a screenshot, send it to us on our DMs, SpiceFMKE, and we could extend you 5,000 shillings courtesy of Loop, and just make sure that those things that you're looking to do that have caused you stress, you'll get them done. Remember, it's not an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download the Loop app today. All right. And getting into it this morning, our conversation is looking into the Chan tournament, and we're kicking off. We kicked off already. And as we do that conversation, looking into the insights of what's going to happen, James Situma is the president of the Kenya Footballers Welfare Association, and he's here with us this morning. James, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Karibu sana.
Nashukuru.
You are in the Situation Room. You are in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. We thank you for being here today.
Pleasure.
Chan kicked off well. The Harambee Stars did their thing. We'll get into the intrigues of what the tournament is going to look like over the next couple of weeks, over the next 4 weeks actually. But just before we do that, as we welcome people to the Situation Room, we share a proverb from a different African country every day. Dennis is going to tell you what that proverb is. We would like to hear your interpretation of the proverb.
So today we are in South Africa, also known as the Rainbow Nation, a country that continues to stand tall in the continent. You talk about the apartheid that they went through, and it is a constant reminder of what the country went through. But let's go straight to the proverb today. The ox always takes the first hit. The ox always takes the first hit. How would you interpret that?
The ox.
Yes.
We have two ways. An oak meaning a human being, maybe a man. An oak meaning a tree.
Ox meaning an animal.
Ile
ng'ombe ya kulima mtaa.
Okay, my interpretation will be like an oak
always gets the first hit.
The first hit. Kama ni ng'ombe, it's always like maybe taking a responsibility, you're in a position to lead. That's my interpretation, because when ng'ombe ya mtaa unajua inafanyishwa kazi mingi sana, so kuna zile za town siku hizi so
kula gazeti na makaratasi ya chips.
So ukisema ya mtaa, I think inafanyanga, it's all about leadership. Because ukiangalia inafanyanga kazi almost the same na as a donkey. Zinataka kwenda sambamba, so that will be my interpretation.
Leadership and responsibility to lead.
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. So these two guys were looking at me in the morning. I think they were a bit confused, and they were wondering who swapped Ndu for somebody else, because they don't know that I know so much about football and I really enjoy it. So
I was very shocked.
You were very shocked.
And actually was learning some things. Like I didn't know the players who are playing in Chan are drawn from the clubs, because I was wondering, why am I not seeing international names?
There you go.
This one Ajua.
There you go. So
Kenya kweli?
It's watching the ball.
So people confuse Chan and AFCON all the time. And that's, we understand if there's anything to designate the two, if we look at the rank of football, and you can stop me if I'm wrong here, is that Chan on the global scale is a bit lower in terms of rank. AFCON is a little bit higher, because what we are doing here is that they said, let's try and really, as much as possible, increase participation in and foster the sport at the domestic level. So Chan brings the championships together for players who are in domestic clubs. If you play in a foreign club, we're going to take you to AFCON, right? So it's the nations of players at the domestic club level. AFCON is the championships for the nations of players from anywhere. You can play in Kenya, you can play in La Liga, you can play anywhere in the world, but we take you to AFCON. Okay, so now we know the difference. And they both happen every 2 years, usually in alternate of each other. So what we're focusing on right now is also the first time that Chan is triple hosted by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And we're going to see the first time also that AFCON will be triple hosted, and we'll tell you who those countries are later.
Oh, you know.
I know. Let's be easy. So, James is here to talk about certain things that we are looking at when it comes to the Chan tournament. There are many things. When we look at the welfare of players, when we look at the preparedness to host this tournament, when we look at, what it could actually mean for African football. Harambee Stars also actually stamping the authority in this first match that they played against two-time champions DR Congo, and what that could actually mean. When we're in the group stages, are we really worried? When we get to the round of 16, are we then saying, okay, perhaps then we should ramp it up a little bit more? Kenya has a new coach also, and he's also stamped his authority by bringing the boys that victory yesterday. But let's start off with the thing that everybody's talking about right now, is that the boys were promised $1 million shillings for every win. 500,000 shillings for every draw, and a handsome package was promised to them by the president. And then social media was awash with, no, don't just give that money to the players. What we need to do is we need to inject some well-needed resources in the sport. What do you think about that, James?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I'm very happy for the boys and congratulations to them. From the start when we had the polling, and everyone said that we in the group of death, you know. And football is a different ball game now in Africa. And being the host, unajua, we have that saying, maybe Naluya, Holy Mungo, unajua. So we at home. And you feel like this is an opportunity for the boys, of course, to make sure that they stamp authority. And also it's a biggest platform around the continent to give the local players a chance, of course, to play professional football. If someone ever dreamed of playing professional football, playing in a well-paid league, you know. Yeah. And it was a good gesture from the president, every time we always say that football players get peanuts when they play football. And now here the president, His Excellent William Ruto, giving them that some amount to make sure that they play their hearts out for the country is a good gesture. You know, we have mid-term plans. We have short-term, mid-term, and long-term plans. Now, at the moment we're playing Chan. And our main aim is, of course, to win the tournament. That's all the aspect that all Kenyans need to see. But again, after Chan, the good thing is that the players could have had the platform. Watakuwa wametuachia pia viwanja. We have the structures. Business, imekuja, hotels are making money, you know. And also it's a test for us if we are in a position to hold the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations now, the biggest tournament, as you say. But for me, local Chan is the best tournament for the local players, because all of these players can't make to the AFCON prestigious tournament when we have foreign-based players playing in those developed leagues coming to play around. But again, from the first game, when if you watched Tanzania play Burkina Faso, Kenya playing DRC, and again Egypt, Morocco playing Angola, you could see the quality in the local players. That means that we have the local leagues have really improved around the continent, and also that tells you that we'll have more African players playing in more developed leagues.
So Situma, when you talk about the game as already is, you look at any time we have international games is when we see the leaders come out to give promises and encouragement for these players to go pour out their heart for the country. But then again, one would expect that these investments and this encouragement is something that is continuous and constant, so that we grow the football and the game pretty much in the country. So what would be, even after CHAN is gone and after AFCON is gone, how then do we ensure that this conversation does not just stop here, that it is a constant conversation on how we will improve the welfare of the players, how we will continue investing in football pitches, and also just ensuring that our footballers are given the attention and respect that they deserve?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that I'll say per se politicians use football to gain mileage, and this always happens during the December holidays. Every year you will see in every village you have a tournament. A politician giving out maybe 1 million for the winner, and again that's a one-time thing, and in between the year, almost 10 months, 11 months, nothing is happening. And, for me, I won't encourage something like that, because, you see, everyone wants to associate with success. But again, success needs investment. And investment in these terms, we mean like we need to invest more in our game, invest more in the players, in the structures, and make sure that it's a long-term thing, And our game against DRC tells you that we have more talents, but again, during these major tournaments, that's whereby you'll have maybe politicians coming in, and it's something that we really need to do. Make sure that we come up with good structures. Let it be a conversation, in the parliament, to make sure that how can we grow our sports in all industries, be it volleyball, be it athletic, be it netball, football, But again, Kenya. During these tournaments, that whereby you have the politicians want to be more relevant, giving out more package. Of course, it's an opportunity and an advantage for the players to earn something during this time. It's investing time. But for me, I learned an industry whereby we have good structures from the youth development, from the young age. Like now, we have so many good players in secondary schools, in junior primary schools. But how can we tap those talents and make sure that we develop them to come up and make sure that they give us a very good team at the top? So it's a continuous conversation, and it needs a deliberate intentions to make sure that we develop our sports, and more so make sure that athletics and earn a good living from sports.
My questions, James Funa, might sound Situma, sorry, might sound very ignorant. You'll forgive me, because I'm trying to understand the game as Ndu understands it and Aseto. So yesterday's goal made 40 millionaires. So therefore, I think the number is it's a 40-member squad, I think. Oh, it's more than that. I'm not so sure.
Almost there, because when you have around, let's say, 25 players from the technical staffs, around 15. Yeah, it's almost around 40.
So the 1 million that the president promised was for all those, not just those who played.
Yeah, of course. As a team, when you win, even if you're a player, technical bench, you have played
a sub.
Exactly. You played a part of that game.
So let's say there are 40. Just to round up the figure, we're seeing these are 40 millionaires. Now that's 14 million spent on this. I'm just wondering, in terms of welfare, because you were talking about having structures and the need to have this as a constant conversation, I can call it Kefwa. Kefwa, right?
Yes.
What role does Kefwa play? I just want to understand, what exactly do you do directly with the players and also at the club leadership levels? And were you involved in any of these players that are now currently playing in Chan?
The core mandate of KEFWA is looking into the welfare of the players, and that's contracts aspect, whereby maybe if we do have a mutual agreement between a club and a player, kuna push and pull. So that's whereby we come in, and what we normally do is we also capacity build the players to make sure that before they sign these contracts, they're able to go through the contracts to understand what entails in the contract so that they can sign the contracts. So the challenge we normally have is that most of the players are ignorant. Few of them will follow the right path, the right way to make sure that they sign the contract. And apart from that, issues pertaining contracts, it involves the legal issues, and that takes some time when maybe Team A is being involved with a player legally. So what we normally do is we also have some other products on board whereby we empower the players, because we have life after football. What can you do after football? The transition between playing and not playing. And we have majority of the players, they go back to coaching, whereby we normally chip in, make sure that they go back to class and go through the coaching aspect. We have other players that normally go to maybe want to be a team manager, and also we have a program in between now called Mind the Gap. We have some of the players are doing some good stuff beside football.
So I'm just trying to understand, for many players, I don't know whether this really happens in Kenya, you will hear a player has been approached by a club. You find a player has their own agent. So at this point, the relationship from the player being approached to having their own agent, then to you. So are you then replacing that agent, or you are complementing the agent? How does it work?
In fact, we have a program called Fake Agents, whereby we have genuine agents who are licensed, and we have the fake agents who are not licensed, and most of them are sadly to say, in our country, we have the journalists, wataandikia mchezaji, unajua we ni fundi, then next day nakupeleka timu fulani. So what we normally do, of course, we don't control mchezaji anataka kuwa na agent mgani, but what we normally do, we make sure that do you have the right agent, and if you are involved, you are in a problem, because majority of them wanakuanga kwa problem na fake agents. Whatever they have promised the player in Kenya, when the player lives in Kenya, akifika huko haiko vile alikuwa ameambiwa. So that's where we come in, legally, to make sure that the player anapata haki yake. So we can do that as an organization. If a player wants us to represent him, it's okay, we can. But if he feels that anataka mtu mwingine represent, we don't control that.
What are the main disputes you find in terms of contractual obligations between a player and a club approaching a player?
Most of the times, of course, late payment of the salaries, and also termination of the contracts without not in a proper way, kulingana na the way the contract it says. And at times also we have the aspect of medical coming in. A player is injured, unapata he's dropped or she's dropped from the team without pia kufuata the vitu ziko kwa contract. So those are the main issues we normally get between a player and a club in matters of contract.
So Sifuna,
Situma.
Karibu sana. So for this the first time we're discussing sports. So Sifune kwa kichwa tu.
So Situma, if we look at your stint, 16 years, look at all the clubs that you played for Albania, you being the first player to play in the Albanian league, is a question of the 16 years that you played and when you hung your boots. Has anything changed if you just sit and see challenges that were there 16 years ago when you were playing? Has anything changed? Has it gotten any better? Because we understand that you've mentioned about grooming players from an early age, and here comes now the football academies. I know one that the Wanyamas have put up, but then again, in terms of the country itself coming up with football academies to be able to assist in having players for the long term, has anything changed? I'm about to go pale pale.
I'll say yes and no. Yes, I'll say, of course, with the digital generation around, I think it has given some of the coaches also a chance to learn. Our coach will coach before. As analog, so we have also sports science being involved. How unaweza read body language ya mchezaji vile amechoka. So we have so many things zenye zimekuja now, of which I'm so happy that most of the coaches, they have impressed by force, because huwezi baki nyuma. Unaona hivyo ndiye nafanywa. But again, when I say no, I mean we have intention and deliberately coaches that want to develop players, but again, we don't have well structures to take them through to make sure that this players being developed from the young age to the top. That's why we get the challenge whereby our best players, few of them manage to play top league around the world, but most of them they fail. Why? Under their best players, because we have in between the development stage and the competitive stage, they have missed some steps in between. Unaona, so unapata akienda ndio ni wetu ni top, but akienda huko unaangalia the European football vile iko na structures ziliko, kuna stage unaangalia no, he missed something. So unapata he's not the best. So unapata after 3-6 months he's dropped. Unaona, so I think we need just to be more consistent in development stage, and we need to embrace the aspect of learning. Let us benchmark, let us be innovative, let us be creative. What's our culture? Unaona, because naturally as Kenyans, ukiangalia footballers, athletics, naturally they are energetic. Now nini tunafaa kuinstill kwa our players, so lazima tukue wa creative to make sure that they can compete at the top. So what we just need to do is make sure that the structures are being followed consistently, because normally vitu tsumbua pia unapata our 16 player age, akiwa mzuri unapata we rush him, maybe anaenda kucheza under 20 ama under 23 juu ni fundi ama nini, but at times if he is that extraordinary, it's okay. But he can be good, but again lazima he has to go through the all stages. The same way in class 1, nowadays we have PP1, PP2, grade 1. Yes. So even if you are good, you like getting maybe in grade 4 100%, or you exemptions, then you can't just jump grade 5 and 6 and go to 7. You just need to follow those steps. Those stage, go through the steps to make sure that you are a complete player.
Are we able to do all these things as a country?
Yes, we are, but we don't have goodwill. We don't have the aspect of we can invest in the sports, and I can say it's really affected by the bad politics we always play. Because mimi nikiingia najua unanipiga vita, we don't take criticism of course positively, and again we like to draw lines, like nimekuja, I just want to work with this one, siwezi work na mtu mwingine. But for me my perception is we can have politics, but at the end of the day, when politics imeisha, we come together, even hata wenye wako hiyo side, wenye wako side yako, because they have the idea. So we put the ideas together and make sure that we build on that. But geopolitics we can't. But I'm very 100%.
Is the politics? I normally say where you will find politics, there is money. There will always be a question of money somewhere. Is it because there is always money somewhere? And that's the reason why people keep fighting, because football has money.
Exactly. football has
from
money.
FIFA. There's politics way at the top governing body, FIFA,
down to the local organizing committee, down to
We have a lot. We have huge for the sports. In fact, both in men and women. If we have even in development, we have development money. In that money, we have capacity building money. In that money that comes around. But again, each and every individual has to play his or her role. And this, I mean, our clubs are not also doing enough to make sure that they market the product. The product is the player. But we rarely find clubs marketing the players. Ndawapatia mfano, like, everyone will say, like, maybe the best league in the world is EPL, English Premier League. For me, I'll say La Liga, But again, why is it that EPL is the best league in the world? Because they always market, they sell.
Okay.
But for us, clubs have not bought that aspect of, can we invest in the marketing aspect? Because kuna hata mimi najua vile mka hapo nasikianga Tusker leo anacheza wapi. Enough when you wake up, it's all over the news.
Okay.
Can they put money into marketing aspect so that we can market our game, we can have the numbers in the stadium, and then we can have the corporates coming.
You have a point there. We're going to take a break at this point, but you do have a point, because I can imagine. So Alpha Onyango scored the lone goal for Kenya yesterday, but how many people know who Alpha Onyango is? How many people know who he is?
Austin.
Before,
our Kenya.
Yes.
Austin.
The gentleman who scored the goal yesterday.
Austin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Austin Alpha, who scored the goal yesterday. How many people know who he is? Before yesterday's match. How many people know? But if you say Eric Haaland today, everybody knows who he is, knows what he looks like, knows his shoe size, knows how tall he is, knows where his mother lives. Everybody knows anything about that because of the marketing that has been done around it. True. And I often say that sportsmen are some of the greatest ambassadors for any country because of what then they're able to do. So how seriously then can this be taken when you take it from one place to the next? When you say, okay, well, let's do a splash. Let people come together to actually push this talent out there. We'll come back and look at some more of these things when we come back. And to say that after Chan, for Harambee Stars, for example, will you take all 25 of those players and put their faces on the map and then actually use their talent to speak for the country? We'll come back and we'll discuss that when we come back from this break. The president of the Kenya Footballers Welfare Association is James Situma. He's here with us this morning. We're talking Chan and more. We'll be back after this break at 22 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Muda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
In the studio this morning with James Situma, and we're asking questions. Really having a conversation around, what sports can actually do, what football can do or is doing. Yes, I know it was a joke. It is Erling Haaland. And even as we talk about that this morning, we're asking the point that you made, James, about saying, what are we doing? Putting the marketing drive together with, the faces that you see. The players who play for Harambee Stars at this club level now for Chan, what would be needed to say, okay, perhaps at some point we can continue to push that agenda and see that they come out as ambassadors for the sport, but also then ambassadors for the country, what would need to be done? And do the players themselves, because we can talk about the players must be supported. Do they also realize, where they are in the scheme of things and actually what kind of contribution they can actually make towards this thing?
Yeah, the good thing with having a chance in the national team is that, your profile inakuwa iko juu na most of the European teams or more professional league, they always they will prefer a national team player. That means that you are good, you tried and tested under pressure, the mentality, the attitude, so for us, we really encourage the aspect of players being profile as a player. The challenge we normally have is that my name is Situma James, but again, on the social media handles, I don't use my really names, maybe I'm using some funny names. So myself, I haven't profiled myself as Situma James, as a player first, So first thing, players need to profile themselves. And then the second thing, the advantage we have now being in the national team, like we need to have maybe a video analyst, who will analyze each and individual, the minutes you played, the energy you gave, maybe, the statistics, each and every player that is being participating in the national team. After the tournament, these are the statistics that you are given as a player. You go rate yourself, and these are the statistics that you can use as a player to profile yourself. You can have, nowadays you can just send your videos to a team, prospect team, and they get a chance to watch everything, watch your strength, your weakness, and if you can be a plus to the team, they're in a position to sign you. So my word will be that players need to profile themselves, make sure that you have the statistics that wherever you're playing, because hiyo ndio kazi yako, unaona. And after that, maybe now we can use the same players also, as you said, maybe, because when you're in a national color, tunaweza kuweka mahali fulani, mtu hata pia kuona naona, by the way, when I grow up, nataka nikuwe kama mtu fulani. Unajua, seeing is believing, and also what we need more is just come up with a good package, not a one-time package for the national team players, so this is something that we can nezaziweka chini, inakuwa I want to play in the national team. Once I have a call up in the national team, my life may change, So italeta more competition to the league, and that means that we have a very strong national team. We have quality at the national team. Unlike most of the times when you go to the national team, unapata mchezaji amekuja sijalipwa na nini. Ukiangalia, by the way, pesa president ameweka for the first time ni pesa mingi, si ndio? But logically, ukiangalia tu in football still ni kidogo. Kuna players getting good money outside there, unaona. So na if 1 million can give us that result, massive result yesterday. So if we come up with good structures and we come up with long-term plan na tuweke good package, unaweza imagine hakuna mtu anaweza toka hapa na points. So hizo ni vitu lazima tuzifanye. We learn in the process, but zinataka very sober mind, watu wenye wanaangalia future, watu wenye wanataka kutengeneza ball for the upcoming
separated from the money, because like Okari is saying, this whole thing is wrapped around people following the money.
Yeah.
So I mean, look at the wrangles that have been had at the FKF for forever, and that is the local organization that's going to foster these things that you're talking about.
Sure.
Before you start to get up to the regional bodies, to the global bodies, before you get up to, the almighty FIFA itself, the FKF has a responsibility here. And unfortunately, it looks like it's been wrangled by money matters.
Benny McCarthy could leave. They could fire him. I mean, there's constant politics around this.
And you know what's the genesis? It's all about structures. Let us have good structures. Let each each individual know his role in the organization setup. But if you don't have good structures, that's whereby maybe ndachukua simu hii nisongesha, but it's not my role, it's not my duty.
But what do you mean by good structures, Situma? Are you saying Kenyan football hakuna structures, or what do you mean when you say good structures? Like in terms of leadership, management?
Exactly. I mean in management, because everything is a process. As an organization, we have departments. Even in the national setup, we have departments. We have the medical, we have the technical, we have the playing unit, we have the logistic department. So if we have those structures na ziko well outlined, itakuwa kila mtu anajua role yake. Na unaona juzi what happened when our national team traveled to Arusha. You know what happened? They didn't play. Walifly to Arusha, wakarudi na basi. Kocha akasema wanacheza wapi? Walipelekwa msitu. So ukiangalia in that situation, it tells you that someone didn't do his role. Right? I'm a coach. If timu inafaa kuwa Nakuru, mimi sitaki kujua vile atakuwa Nakuru. Mimi bora nipeane time ya training in Nakuru. Mwenye atachukua timu ifike Nakuru is someone else. So when I mean good structures is that we come up with that means administrative structures. And also always have an idea of the organization Kenya Footballers Welfare Association. Now we have Hussein Mohammed as the president of Federation Football Kenya. We also need to empower the club administrators, and this way I mean we just need to have this forum of how can you administer club, how can you lead, how can you make the best organization within you. So these are the things that we need to do it deliberately, because most of the club owners, they just vile ana operate kwake, that's the same thing anafanya kwa club. Now that's something else, because ukiangalia hapa, when I come back to structures, in Kenya as a coach, if you are given, like tomorrow you have we introducing technical director, know directly that's a coach. When you lose 2 games, then the technical director takes over. It doesn't happen in this world anywhere. So when I mean good structures, we understand the structures, and they have the lines, the roles that we can perform. I as a patron, I as the chairman, I as the coach, what are my limits, what are my expectations?
So we look at the management of sports in the country, and we talk about FKF, and we know what FKF has been. So if you look at from days of Nyamweya all the way to now, we have Mohammed, and there has been wrangles after wrangles after wrangles, which one would say has played a big role in stifling the growth of the sport in the country. So here we talk about good leadership that is needed in the sport. But then again, also you mentioned having individuals who are packaging our players well, for them to even FKF acting, so be it, as an agent in terms of just publicity around the players, but that is not happening. So what's your position on FKF and its responsibility on shining light on football in the country?
Yeah, FKF, they are in charge of all football activities in Kenya under the sports ministry. But again, I always give my blame to the clubs, because clubs are the delegates that always votes in the president or his administration at the FKF. But we have never had, for a couple of years, we have never had a sober clubs, chairmen or delegates that can sit down and talk the way forward. Like, this is the way we want us to go. This is the direction we want us to go as clubs, So we have always had the divisions in between. And something that always persists is our consistency is, when these people coming in, maybe they want the votes, they make sure they divide. They divide the groups. So when you divide the groups, someone that has a large or a big crowd wins, of course. But I haven't had. I always, I will not name names, but most of the times I have a couple of club chairmen that I always talk to, and I ask them, do you always, you as club administrator, without the federation, do you have meetings, do you have forums where you can come, chat the way forward and say, this how we want us to go in football matters. This is what we want in football, but they don't. And they have wamekubali wagawanywe, so kila mtu anajua kama saitu kama national politics niko kwa government. That's what happens even in football. So we have clubs that are close to the administration at the federation. We have clubs that the federation feels wale ni rivals, unaona. So we can't have any constructive or any meaningful talk about football to make sure that we come up with a good structure and we come up with a good sober mind na watu wana, because inafaa kuwa in a position ya when things are wrong they call, like me, I'm the president of Kenya Footballers Welfare Association. I'm elected by the members who are the club representatives, and when we're not working tuko wanatuuliza maswali bana, mimi tuko na issue hapa, mbona haijafanyika, tunataka vitu vikwe. That's why we always have the general meetings, you know, but politics will play part before the general meetings. Unapata they have behind the scene discussions. Ukikuja maybe when I have a genuine discussion that or a genuine point I want to iron out, then I don't have the support, I don't have the numbers, so inapata inakufa before itoke, unaona. So I think ni kitu pia ni direction. Me, I believe in Hussein Mohammed is a listening guy, and I know these are things that we need to do. Have these forums zenye mnaweza ingia kwa room kosane pale na make sure come up na solution. So bila hiyo tutakuwa kwa problem, because ukiangalia now we have this issue of club licensing yenye unapata it deals with the welfare of the players, even the structures of the teams. Na ukiangalia we have like basic vitu zenye zinafaa clubs zifanya, like maybe having a physical office, having maybe a youth team and your senior team, but how many few clubs iko na office? Kuna zingine bado zina run tu kwa magari. Chairman anakuambia naingia town, so utakuwa side gani tupatane?
In the office.
Eco mobile office, office.
On the go. Football is a moving sport.
Then in that case, Ituma, we go back to the same issue of branding and marketing, like you're saying. You compare EPL, you compare La Liga. EPL seems to be positioned in a way that it looks like it's the best league, while you are, and I totally agree with you, it may not necessarily be the best league, but tukirudi hapa nyumbani, so is the problem media visibility, or is the problem poor player management or poor club management, or is it simply we have weak domestic league marketing? Because at the end of the day, the argument is we want to support our own, but tukienda kwa hizo siasa umetaja huko chini, how do you even start thinking about doing publicity when huko chini kuna drama yote?
So nimesema hivyo kwa sababu ukiangalia FKF is just an entity, it's just an organization yenye unapata iko ina vilabu ndio zinaweka kwanza pale, so which means they have the numbers, unaona. Now kitu ya kwanza kila mtu acheze role yake vizuri, because first when you talk about the aspect of marketing, that goes to even the players. As Situma James, I have my own social handles. Nikatazi tu kuamuka maybe ninajibrand niseme by the other nikumbuke game nilicheza maybe 2 years
money. So watu watakukujia mtaani ama watu watashinda kusumbua kuitisha pesa, so to cover all those things up, wewe cheza tu chini ya maji.
No, I have a question. Do you know how much I have vile nimeka hapa?
No.
Sasa until you say or until you
but nikikuona kwa TV,
nikikuona advertisements vile wewe huko, it doesn't matter like ukiniona advertisement watu wangapi wanaendanga advertisement. The problem we have as players, shida utokea ni unajua when money comes in we change lifestyle. Hiyo ndio our problem, unaona. But me, I believe in fact the richest guys in this world unaweza pita naye hapa nje tu hata maybe hata yamwagie maji lakini usijue, lakini akona pesa. So it doesn't haikuweki kando na kujibrand na visibility yako, cause just posting a photo haimaanishi una pesa ama una pesa, unaona. Na ukiangalia by the way kuna watu wako visibility iko but they're so quiet, yenye unapata mkipatana na hivi hata hizi kuambia vitu alikuwa anaandika, unaona. So hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Ya pili, about the clubs, we don't have sponsorship, but how can we attract the corporate to come on board and make sure that they pump in money to the game, or they support the club. We have few clubs that are supported with the corporate, like Bandari, we have KCB, we have Tusker, but hizi zingine kama community-based clubs, how can we use the numbers, the community, to make sure that we attract the corporate? We don't sell. Cause vile amesema, unapata until yesterday ndio mtu alijua kuna Austin. Unaona? So Gore imefanya nini kupiga kelele kuhusu Austin mpaka watu wakajua, like hata mtu akiamuka TV, by the way, mimi nashangaa kwa nyumba mtoto anamuka na kuambia Messi na Cristiano. Why? Because everywhere unaona, kwa play mpaka kwa PlayStations. But for us, we have this notion whereby at times clubs, they don't want to invest in the players, but wanataka tu watumie, badala ya kujua even if they invest in the players, watawasaidia pia kuleta corporate, because the corporate will want to associate with someone mwenye wanaleta value, in fact, kwa community na pia kwa biashara.
Let me ask, on average, how much does a player earn?
Kenya?
Yes.
Averagely, we have, let's say 100,000.
That's the average.
The best earning.
No. The best in the country, I can say maybe the best paying teams now, Gore and FC. We have around 250, 300,000.
That's per month? Per month.
Okay.
That's per month.
Yes.
During this active season or through?
No. That's monthly. If I have a contract for 2 years, it means that you have to pay me each and every month.
Yes.
Minimum. That's where we have now fights, and we have a draft that we send to the federation, current federation, that we need a sitting. It like an MOU that talks about the standardized contracts, whereby at least a minimum salary of 50,000, let's say maybe kid comes from school, ajui anything, asianzie chini sana. But as we speak, we have clubs that are paying even players up to 15,000 per month in the KPL, Kenyan Premier League.
Oh my 15,000? That's basic pay.
15,000, yes.
Okay. Wow. All right. And just for purposes of clarity, clubs make their money through endorsements, through advertising, through ticket sales and things like this. Merchandise.
They don't do that.
They don't.
Where do they are not making money through tickets because they haven't sold the product. Who will go to the stadium? Because nimeuliza swali like, mimi sijui hata Tusker kama wanacheza kesho, so ndaenda stadium ndanunua ticket ya nini? I can't. So we need to make noise about the products so that najua game iko maybe tomorrow ndakuwa Westlands na hapo ndio game itakuwa maybe ya FC nachezwa, then I have to buy a ticket.
But Shida, it's just and I agree with you to some degree, it's just management. I attended a cricket match in India, and the organization around how people are actually getting into the stadium, kulikuwa watoto, kulikuwa mama, kulikuwa wazee, kulikuwa vijana. Inside the stadium, there is no drinking or smoking. It was so very well organized that you could go with a baby to watch a cricket match and you'll still feel safe getting in and getting out. In Kenya, ukiniambia nataka kwenda Nyayo Stadium for a game, kwanza hiyo barabara vile watu watakuwa wamenyoroshana huko, the safety is a concern.
Sure.
So it's not attracting anybody who would want, can you go?
Like if Nigeria is playing in the final with Harambee Stars on the 30th of August.
That's right, I know you will. But the fear of just stampede, Jana Kasarani, there was also that whole issue of safety. So,
unajua nani nafaa kufanya hivyo? When maybe Tusker is okay, natumia Tusker kwa nimechezea pia Tusker, ama let's say maybe Sofapaka wanacheza na Homeboys, home team, it's in charge, responsibility for the safety of the fans. But we're doing very little, to make sure that we attract even the fans in the stadium. And I'll say this, ukiangalia sahi team zetu pia kuinvest, they want to get money but they don't want to invest. And I'll say this because ukiangalia sahi, by the way, Simba, they have pre-season wear. They're in Egypt, they're not in Tanzania. So you need to invest fast. Hapo ukiangalia hata timu yetu kutoa tu timu itoka hapa ienda Arusha, na ukiangalia kama European teams, by the way, to build the fan base, ukiangalia kama hapa Kenya we have watu wanapenda, kuna watu wana support European teams, Manchester, Arsenal. Ukiniambia tu sasa Arsenal wanakuja hapa Kenya, Do you know kuna corporate zenye zitatoa do, if they come here they will not spend even a cent.
Yeah.
Watalala, watakula, watatembea, na hizo pesa zitatoka tu kwa sisi wenye tutaenda hapo kulipa kwenda kuona training.
Yeah.
So do we have those sober minds wenye wako more creative na innovative to make sure that we can have money?
Indeed. These are the questions, these are the conversations that we must be having. In as much as we wish all the boys who are playing in these matches over the next 4 weeks the best. Let's see what happens coming out of Chan. But these are the issues that we must keep bringing out in the open. James Situma, president of the Kenya Footballers Welfare Association, has been our guest this hour. James, asante sana.
Nashukuru sana.
The conversations continue. It's 10:01. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. A police officer in Kitui County allegedly shot and killed his girlfriend and her friend last night in a fit of rage following an